Japan. From ancient castles to towering peaks to the far north. These are just some of the amazing locations in the country we've had the privilege of visiting. Now we set our sights on the legendary Kumano Kodo, a series of pilgrimage routes filled with sacred sites located in the key peninsula of Japan. In total, we would be hiking over 40 miles, along the way experiencing the history of the region dating back over 1,000 years. As is often the case though, trails this incredible are just as difficult.
The first part of our long Kumano Kodo adventure began here at the Haneda Airport.
Okay, we are on the Tokyo monorail now. This is a straight shot because we're on the express from the airport all the way to Hamamatsu-cho. We're going to transfer at Hamamatsu-cho and then take another line to Tokyo Station, and that's where we'll get on the bullet train.
In Japan, just getting to the wilderness to hike is a long process, but one made easy thanks to Japan's extensive public transit system.
After a quick transfer, we made it to Tokyo Station.
From Tokyo Station, we would hop onto the Tokaido Shinkansen bullet train and make our way to Osaka.
Okay, that took a little while, but we are on track 15. We have almost an hour to kill.
Let's go find some place to eat.
And so, we bought some ekiben, or train station lunch boxes, and made our way up to our platform. So I remember in Japanese class, they would talk about different Japanese cultural things, and one of the things is to ride the bullet train and get a station lunchbox.
Got some tempura shrimp. Oh, that's good. A lot better than I expected. Because like the rice is still soft and stuff. I thought it was gonna be like cold and hard. It's actually really good.
Too.
Yeah.
It roughly came out to $7.50 US for a nice lunchbox.
Wow. Yeah, this is good stuff.
There were all sorts of different treats and souvenirs you could buy at this train station. Eventually, our train arrived at the station. But we needed to wait for the cleaning crew to finish, so I got a little beverage in the meantime.
Ume, it's plum.
Plum. It says negative 196 degrees, and it just seemed to speak to me. So apparently, in Japan, there's no open container laws, so you can just drink alcohol on the streets. And it just tastes like grape juice.
Yeah, it's like a plum soda with a slight alcohol flavor.
Thomas was so impressed that he decided to get a second drink and dual wield them.
And just in time, our train was ready to be boarded. We made some idle conversation while we waited for it to depart.
Why don't we have underwater bullet trains?
This actually is way nicer than flying. Like, flying is a terrible experience.
Imagine if planes had this much legroom.
Now, our train would travel at a top speed of 200 miles per hour or 320 kilometers per hour, taking us to Osaka. From there, we would catch a second train that would take us to a smaller town called Tanabe.
Robby and I dug into our bento boxes during the ride.
For a lunchbox? That's not bad. What is yours?
Chicken and mackerel. I wanted to go kind of light for a big hike because I don't want to take too many risks.
The bullet train continued taking us out of Tokyo at a truly impressive speed. We just passed another bullet train, and that was kind of frightening.
Other bullet trains flying by in the other direction were unnerving, but the ride was quiet and comfortable enough to take a nap.
As we admired the unique suburban landscapes of Japan, we were lucky enough to get a clear view of Mount Fuji. During the summer months, it spends most of the day covered in clouds. How tall is Mount Fuji?
Maybe 12,500 feet. You can compare it to like Mount Rainier. Mount Rainier is 14,000 feet. But
It has a similar presence to Mount Rainier when you're driving by and you just see this really like iconic looking mountain in the distance. Do you still have aspirations to climb it?
you know, maybe another time, but it's just been so hot and humid here that it'll probably be dry up on the mountain though. I don't know. I still want to, but it's just not. It's so busy. I don't know. I don't feel that urge to.
Yeah, Andrew's awake.
We still had a ways to go, but now that we were surrounded by mountains and greenery, it felt like our adventure was truly beginning.
As our train ride continued, we were treated with all sorts of stunning Japanese scenery.
Our old friend Daryl, who was in our previous set of videos in Japan, had helped us plan out this entire hike. But due to a series of unfortunate circumstances, he wasn't able to join us.
Daryl's planning had been invaluable, but since this was an unfamiliar country and an unfamiliar trail, we took some extra time on the train to look over our plans.
So I really wish that Daryl could be here, not just because it'd be great to have him here, but he also knows this all already, so we wouldn't have to do anything.
We are furiously rubbing all four of our brain cells together just to get something going here.
The landscape had now transitioned back to a more urban one as we approached another major city.
So this is Nagoya. This is actually where I studied for 2 semesters.
Oh, really?
When I lived here, yeah.
We're already in Nagoya.
Mm-hmm. We have about another hour or 2 on this train, and then we switch at Shin Osaka.
We arrived at Shin Osaka Station, where we would have to transfer, and the summer heat hit us all at once.
Sweltering.
It's 96 right now.
Next stop, we got 15 minutes.
We need to ride the Kuroshio 19, probably to the JR lines that way. It's this one right here, yeah.
6C, 5C.
Okay.
We had made it to the next train, which provided some much-needed relief from the intense heat.
It had been a long journey so far, and we still had a ways to go before our final destination of Tanabe.
All right, so we've been traveling for just under 4 hours now. We've got about a little less than 2 hours. When we get there, we got to do some preparations for tomorrow, but I think I'm feeling pretty good about the hike. How about you? Oh, he wasn't listening. He feels good about the hike, too.
After another quick stop, the train continued on. We again passed through a variety of landscapes. Since it would be my first time in a rural part of Japan, I decided to ask Robby about it.
What are 3 things I need to know about Japanese countryside? Less people speak English? I don't know. What else?
I don't know, I'm asking you. You've been here before.
The striking scenery around us was now gilded in the golden glow of the low evening sun. Amber clouds hovered above the distant ocean waters.
As we passed through more small towns, the sun sank behind the surrounding hills. Eventually, we paused in a small town called Gobo, and it seemed we were the only ones left on the train.
Anyone else here? There's a few people. Don't get off my train. Stations are deserted, and the train is deathly quiet.
What'd you say?
We got 30 more minutes, and then we're there.
We got one last glimpse of a brilliant sunset as we rode through an area with lower-lying hills near the coast.
The train rolled right along the water's edge, giving us a brilliant view of the Pacific Ocean as we neared our final stop.
Tanabe, that's our stop.
Yeah, right on time. 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Packing my stuff.
was that right?
It was nice, but man, this is such a journey we're on.
We haven't even gotten to the trailhead yet.
We got off the train and were met with a summer evening sky.
Nothing matches the magic of train stations at night. Oh, I love it so much.
From there, we exited the station and saw a preview of our hike on the way out.
That's our trail right there.
Now, we made our way to the inn we were staying at for the night, keeping an eye out for places to eat on the way there.
Everything is closing, so we should probably make sure that we can actually get a restaurant before everything closes, because look at all these shutters. It's only 6:40.
It's like dinner time.
All right, I gotta go home.
We continued towards the inn, stopping for the occasional distraction.
We now entered a more residential area of town, which was full of houses and apartment buildings.
It was a quiet evening, a clear contrast from the bustling city of Tokyo. Eventually, we neared the inn where we would be staying tonight.
So we are staying at the Tsukasa house, and as they say in Japan, Tsukasa is Mikasa.
Our host showed us around and gave us a helpful overview of the hike ahead of us.
Also, there's a number sign like this
Cool,
every 500 meters.
Yep. Yeah, awesome.
Next, it was time to look for dinner.
So we are the only ones staying at this hostel tonight. So that's fun. Are you feeling this atmosphere right now?
Feeling this heat right now. I have to think about the fact that I'm going to feel like this for the next 72 hours.
Whoa. I've had this experience a couple of times now where you get to these cities after dark and they're just like empty.
It literally feels like a movie set.
Yeah, it's just like
Samurai
everybody is
movie set.
gone.
We continued our search for food through the silent town and ended up walking through some strange places.
Okay, Thomas just took us down a random alley. He says there's restaurants down here.
Which one is it?
What is happening right now?
Oh, those are just the tiles squeaking together.
Where are we?
Look at this floor light.
Dude, what did we just walk through?
I don't know.
What is this magical place? We just came through there.
Dude, this feels like a fever dream.
The intense heat and humidity and the all-day traveling just makes this feel like the most unreal situation right now. Like, what is this room? Is this a real room?
These empty back alleys felt like an abandoned movie set, or a liminal space, but with a more appealing Japanese aesthetic.
So vastly different from anything I've ever experienced in the U.S.
Man, so interesting.
All right, so the restaurant that was recommended by the hotel was closed. There's another one open right here, though. There's also a bunch that we passed by. I think anything will do at this point. But
The restaurant was an izakaya, or Japanese tavern, and was filled with quaint rustic decor.
We were led upstairs into a small booth where we were given warm, moist towelettes.
It smells kind of good, actually.
But there was one hitch. The entire menu was in Japanese. We managed to get some drinks, but it would take more effort to order food.
If Daryl was here, he'd just be like, yo, we can get this one, 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 and we'd be done.
I need you, Daryl.
It adds on hard mode right now, right? Yeah. Because not every foreigner's going to have a friend out here that can translate.
How are those potatoes?
That's right.
So we did no research on this place, so we didn't know how much it would cost, but it looks like it's gonna be pretty expensive. So we're gonna eat like monks, not just walk like monks. Like, I had a little slice of potato and a half, and I'm like, okay, that's it for me tonight.
The entire thing was probably just a quarter of a potato.
Now, with my subpar reading ability and the help of technology, we did manage to order a variety of food.
Okay, these are fried shrimp balls. This is fried chicken. And then we've got tempura assortment. Wow. That's really good.
Shrimp flavor is super aromatic.
So we've got some grilled mackerel. It's like, let's try one of these. It's salty and it has this like subtle sweetness. Super good.
I just love mackerel. It's got a sweetness to it.
Should I eat the ginkgo leaf or the Japanese maple leaf?
Are they edible?
This one might be because I know people eat maple leaves sometimes, but I don't know about that. This is the best, saddest meal I've ever had. You drinking your sauce, Thomas?
No, it's...
All of the food was of utmost quality, but we ultimately left unsatisfied. We didn't have the budget required to fill up all 4 of our stomachs here. That food was delicious, overpriced, way too small of portions.
Yeah, you hit it exactly right. That is the best, saddest meal I've ever had.
Now, it was back through the town to buy more food and some snacks for tomorrow's hike.
We found our way back to the train station's convenience store and explored around a bit.
And we got another preview of the hike ahead.
That looks manageable.
I think I will find enlightenment through this suffering. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
We made our way back to the inn, where the rooms provided relief from the heat.
The AC is working.
Wow, it's nice in here. Since that was definitely not enough, I got a little fried rice with pork and egg. Would you like any?
I am actually okay.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so Thomas and Andrew are staying in the Sakura room. Me and Bryan are in Kiku. Let's find out what they're doing. Thomas, what are you doing?
I'm self-sustained. I'm in my hypobaric chamber right here. Is it hypobaric or hyperbaric?
Alright.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, it's 9:55 p.m. We're gonna get up at 5:15 a.m. and try to catch the 6:15 bus. I'm gonna try to get as good a night of sleep as possible because tomorrow will be the litmus test for the rest of the trail. It also might rain. But we'll sleep and hopefully have a good night. We'll see you in the AM.
The first step on our journey would begin with the 40-minute bus ride from Key Tanabe Station to the Takijiri Oji bus stop. We would then hike 13.3 kilometers or 8.26 miles to the town of Chikatsu-yu, where we would stay the night. Next, we would travel another 24.5 kilometers or 15.2 miles to the town of Hongu and stay another night. The third day would involve another 16 kilometers or 10 miles to Koguchi. And finally, the fourth day we would travel 14.5 kilometers or 9 miles to the Kumano Nachi shrine before taking a bus to Katsuura for a long train ride back to Tokyo.
Looks like it's gonna rain at 1 or 2 p.m. With any luck, we'll be done with most of our hiking by then. The good news is it's only 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Then again, it's 5:30 in the morning.
We were all a bit nervous about the upcoming hike. The distance, the heat, the rain, and the uphills were all variables that can make things difficult for us.
But we were also excited to wander through the forests and mountains again, to experience the wild side of Japan that often gets overlooked in popular culture.
We left the inn and made our way back through the town of Tanabe.
It was the break of dawn, and the streets were nearly just as quiet as they were the night before.
In the distance, we could see the torii gates that mark the entrance to the Tokei Shrine.
Okay, thank you to Aki at Tsukasa House. Thank you for your hospitality and the nice beds and cool air conditioning. We've made it with 13 minutes to spare.
On the Kumano Kodo, we would continue to stay at similar inns each night. This meant we were on a bit of a time limit to get to each town while there were still meals being served. But on the plus side, we were able to go without most of our usual gear.
This is a good preview of what my backpack's going to feel like for the next 8 hours. We're not wearing our typical backpacks on this because we're not camping, which is good and bad.
Somehow the packs are still just as heavy as before.
At the station was a bus schedule that showed the time of the Hoshimon Oji bus we would be catching this morning.
And nearby were a cartoon drawing and statue depiction of Musashibo Benkei, a warrior monk who lived in the 1100s.
We all stretched out and got ready for the hike ahead of us. Before long, the bus arrived and it was time to get on board.
Other hikers boarded the bus with us. We made our way to the back and settled in just as the bus started rolling out.
このバスは明日Takijiri Chikatsu-yu
Starting to feel real. A little bit. Okay, so every time something goes wrong, I'm going to say, man, I wish Daryl was here.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm not worried because I got Robbie here. At least we got Robbie here.
Mountains, meadows, and forests rolled by as our bus drove towards Takijiri Oji.
The bus ride was over quickly, and the fare had to be paid in cash, which we had taken out plenty of in preparation for the hike.
Got exact change. I'm ready for it.
After getting off the bus, we were greeted by the sight of tall mountains all around us.
These mountains are very intimidating.
They are. They're not gradual. They are very steep. Steeper
like-
than even the Rockies.
Across the river was an information center. We made our way in that direction towards the start of the trail.
Near the information center was a store selling ice cream and snacks, and offering a very helpful service.
So if we're finding that we're struggling, you can always do a luggage shuttle.
I mean, it's not the worst idea.
We would be taking the Nakahechi route of the Kumano Kodo, the main route that connects the 3 grand shrines of Kumano. Established over 1,000 years ago, these trails are filled with other small shrines of sacred importance in the Shinto and Buddhist philosophies.
Right at the start of the trail was the Takijiri Oji Shrine, the first of many to come. As a pilgrimage trail, the Kumano Kodo shares a connection with another famous trail in Spain called the Camino de Santiago.
But they got a little stamp card that you can stamp at each stop. And this is Takijiri Oji.
After having not slept well the previous night, I was feeling especially nervous about the hike, but a friendly spirit came to give us a good omen.
After the cat imparted us with its fortune and good luck, we took a look at the trees and stones near the shrine.
We also explored the shrine grounds and paid our respects to it with a small offering.
And then it was off to the trailhead to start hiking.
Well, the trail does not disappoint from the start. Very steep uphill right away.
But it feels good to walk, though.
Brian, do you feel the same? Well, one other piece of good news is that it doesn't look like getting lost will be much of an issue. So far, it is incredibly well marked.
Well, the day started off feeling cool and breezy, but it's already gone. I'm just like making peace with the fact that I'm gonna be soaking by the end of the day. But I think if we keep this slow, steady pace up on the uphills, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
And just moments later,
I'm already sweating a lot. I'm gonna be soaked through in 10 minutes.
I think this is the test of faith.
Hiking through the cave is known as Tainai Kuburi, Literally mean passing through the room. This is considered a test of faith. Ooh, that's scary.
Bad time to mention I'm very claustrophobic.
Whoa. Very narrow. Can you even make it through?
I can. It's gonna be tough. Very tight for me. My bag won't go through. Looked a lot easier in the YouTube videos.
Thomas had gotten through the cave, but his backpack wasn't able to squeeze through, so he went back around to retrieve it. Now, it was my turn to try.
Ooh, wow. Why did I do this? Oh, my tofu.
Context. We went around the side there.
All right, you know what? I went through, I'm going back.
Okay, see you on the other side.
Bye.
Yeah, camel going through the eye of a needle to get into heaven. And the analogy there was you have to leave your possessions behind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
to
think
go to heaven.
Buddha's way of telling us.
Leave your possessions behind.
After that, we were greeted with a section of flat ground.
Wow. What sweet relief.
That beginning section of the trail hopefully will make the rest of the trail feel easier. That might be wishful thinking though. We shall see.
Minshuku Oji.
So there used to be a shrine here. It was first mentioned in the guidebook written in the Genroku period, which is 1688 to 1704. And now, this is all that remains, I suppose.
We collected another stamp. In place of the old shrine was a rock marking its former location.
Coins and cairns were also piled near the shrine. Here, it's actually customary to place a small rock at the various shrines. In some Buddhist sects, it's believed that the piles can guide children who have passed away to nirvana, and that demons will come by to try to knock them down.
The trail continued again into a comically steep incline. Although the trail was utterly grueling, it certainly put one in the mindset of an ascetic monk.
This is a trip that you make out of it what you want to. I think if you want to have a miserable time, you'll have a miserable time. If you want to force yourself to find some zen and some peace and some satisfaction, then you gotta look for that.
As we hiked, we were surrounded by the sounds and sights of summer in full bloom. Cicadas chirped all around us, and vibrant caterpillars dangled from strands of silk.
As we continued into the mountain ridges, we could see the now distant signs of civilization between the openings of the trees.
Takahara Kumano Jinja. That's next, right?
I don't think I got enough sleep because this is the first time where I've just felt bad.
I'm actually having a pretty similar experience to when me and Daryl climbed Mount Tengu, where I would look at some of these uphills and I'd be like, how could anything be that steep that is not vertical? You know what I mean?
This reminds me a lot of Mount Katahdin. There's no switchbacks.
We continued on, and the lack of sleep was definitely catching up to me.
Whew. Well, I am ready for samsara.
You are in samsara.
I'm ready for nirvana.
The sudden steepness at the beginning of the trail had caught us all off guard. With that and the lack of sleep, we took a moment to figure out if we could even finish the hike if it continued on like this.
I'll hike it. I don't want to bail out on the first day, at least.
It was far too early to give up. We continued on, pacing ourselves as we climbed up the steep hills. Before long, we had reached another landmark.
So we are at the high point right there. Mm-hmm. It's all downhill until we have to do 1.5 times what we just did again.
All right.
We continued along the trail, which had thankfully eased up a bit. As we hiked, Andrew spotted some spiky green shells strewn across the forest floor.
So that really spiny shell is pretty special because that belongs to a chestnut tree. And in the US, the American chestnuts were exterminated completely. So seeing a chestnut tree in the US is super rare these days. And usually if you do, it's an Asian chestnut, like the one we just saw here.
How did it get extinct?
Over harvesting and also some sort of fungus introduced that wiped it out.
They're all over the place.
These chestnuts were just one of many examples of the unique nature we'd encounter during our hike.
Up ahead on the trail, we came across an intersection.
Anything cool down there?
Nope, just more stairs. I mean, the whole place is cool, don't get me wrong. But
You know, this flat section, actually, what's remarkable about it is how unremarkable it is. This feels like we could be hiking anywhere that we've hiked a million times before. But then you kind of look in the distance and you're like, oh, nope, I'm in some very nice mountains.
I think if you want to divert and go to the top of the mountain,
Oh.
you might be able to. Okay, so it looks like it intersects. You want to go up with me?
We go up, you guys go to the side?
Sure.
We split up to see what each side of the path had to offer.
both trails were quite different, but each one offered their own reward. One, a fantastic view, and the other, a breezy hike.
How does it feel?
It's pretty special. Pretty special place.
Man.
You know, when you're on the flat part of the trail, anything seems possible. But those uphills were some of the steepest uphills we've probably ever done in our life. Whew.
Just like feel so optimistic when you're hiking on flat ground.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I can do this.
The view at the top was beautiful. Nearby was a small granite marker marking the peak of this particular hill.
Now, we all continued onward to meet up with each other once again.
I feel like I just heard them whoop. It's kind of a long little downhill here, so they might still be walking for a bit.
So there was a little trail junction back there. We were waiting a little bit and we didn't see them, so we're gonna go up ahead a little bit just in case. They can easily catch up to us.
Okay, yeah. It's gotta be it.
Yeah.
So we came from Takijiri Oji, 1.7 kilometers. That's how much we've done so far. Lookout point was just at 0.2 miles. Where is Bryan and Andrew? How did we beat them here?
Whoop, whoop, whoop. We just whooped at them and we heard them whoop back. And they almost sounded like they were ahead of us, so yeah, that was definitely not where the rendezvous point was. Way back there.
Oh, you guys were waiting at a different junction?
Yeah, just for a moment. We were like, this can't be it. This is way too soon.
Reunited again, we kept hiking on the trail, which now descended gradually downhill, and we saw a towel hanging from a branch.
Just want to feel this moment. You don't know how good that feels.
The sun came out and cicadas started chirping. Combined with the easy hiking, our moods were definitely improved.
We were leaving an area where hunting was restricted, and up ahead, we saw some signs of civilization.
Okay. I think there's a road down here.
Oh, there's a bus schedule here. Trying to figure out where we are right now. This is where we're at right now. Takahara Horiwari.
So 2 options here. We can take this road and you can meet us at the next shrine, or you can take the hiking trail. Either way, you're gonna go up the same elevation, but the hiking trail is likely gonna be bumpier, more ups and downs. What do we wanna do? Trail? Trail?
Still good for the trail?
Trail. Cool.
One feature of the Kumano Kodo is that there are bus stops and roads that allow you to skip certain sections of the trail in case anything goes wrong.
But for now, we had no reason not to continue on the natural mountain trail.
It's very easy to kind of ignore the fact that we are on a very steep mountain here because there's so many trees that stick out on either side. I mean, I've been on some rocky mountain passes that have been less steep than that. You fall down there, you're gonna die. There weren't some trees down there to catch you.
How dare you threaten me like that?
The path wound through the forests and alongside roads. Along the way, we saw some sort of white amanita mushroom growing near a decaying stump.
And up ahead was another small shrine.
After paying our respects, Thomas and I heard a strange sound further along the trail.
We heard something. It was like... Yeah.
I don't see any big, large grizzly bears down there. Any grizzlies on the right?
Nope.
Good. I think we're several thousand miles away from our nearest grizzly. Pit vipers, though. Pit vipers could be anywhere.
Okay, yeah, let's watch for the pit vipers.
As with any unfamiliar biome, it's important to know the risks of any trail you hike. Here in Japan, there are venomous pit vipers, giant hornets, and even leeches. Luckily, we hadn't encountered any of them yet.
We had reached another stretch of flat ground. Unfortunately, we were met with another steep incline just about 20 meters down the trail. We noticed that many of the uphills here went straight up, with no switchbacks to make the incline more gradual.
and the hot summer weather just added to the fun.
I think this would be challenging any other time of year. I think it's grueling right now. But what's life without a little grueling?
This is maybe the most well-marked trail we've been on in a long time. Like, this is as well marked as like a city trail, you know, for being a out in the middle of nowhere trail. Looks like there's a little banner up ahead. I wonder what that is.
Kumano Kodo
6.
Nakahechi.
So is that 6 kilometers? This can't be 6 kilometers.
I think it's 6.5 kilometers.
Cool. 3 kilometers then. Okay, see if you can open that up for me. I can try to read it. Okay. I think it says Fufu Chi-ski. That could be wrong, but I think that's husband and wife knowledge or something.
That might be the husband and wife right there.
The banner had actually read Fufu Jizo, meaning couples Jizo. Jizo statues are depictions of a Buddhist monk who acts as a guardian for children and travelers.
Offering.
Those who are about to become husbands and wives should be
thank you.
Making the offering. And that's your Adventure Archives announcement.
At the same time.
The trail now led us out of the forest and into a small developed area.
I think this is somebody's house.
Whoa.
Something Oka.
What postman has to come up here to deliver mail?
Wow.
The path was now flat and paved, which felt great on our feet. We passed by a few more buildings which seemed like homes or inns.
I think this is a little bed and breakfast or a retreat or something. Oh, there's a little inn right here. Oh, so you can actually get cars up here.
Huh. Sounds preferable. It's not only a more civilized environment, but it's a civilized environment that feels so different from what we're used to.
Yeah, look at these terraces right here. Yeah. It's a little parking lawn.
Hiking through this small town while surrounded by lively summer sounds felt absolutely tranquil, and was a surreal change in scenery.
Wow. My word.
Crazy.
This is like some sort of weird dream.
Electric fence in use. I'm sure they've got some human-sized trespassers trying to take their food.
Don't steal their vegetables.
Yeah.
Look at those mountains.
Along the path, we saw a woodworking shop, and we also saw some cultivated trees growing in some people's yards.
Wow, these chestnuts are huge. It's like the size of a spiky tennis ball. Super cool.
Further into the town, we caught a great view of the surrounding scenery. Being able to see an unobstructed view of the mountains and valleys was definitely a boost to our morale.
As we passed by more buildings, we saw a coffee shop that was unfortunately closed.
Man, if they were open, I would totally get a coffee. Ice cold coffee, man, great.
Up ahead, we came across another landmark.
Okay, so far we've done 3.7 kilometers. We've got 9.3 to go.
This is Tanabe Takahara Shrine right here.
We inspected the shrine and entered a building just next to it that had the stamp for this location.
Oh, it's nice in here.
A lot of cool paintings.
Inside the building were depictions of dragons, considered to be guardians that protect humanity, as well as symbols of strength, good fortune, and wisdom.
Records have referenced the shrine as far back as the year 1109, though the structure itself had obviously been restored and given a fresh coat of paint recently. In front of the shrine was a dai-dodo, or a stone lantern, and there were other small statues around it.
There were also massive trees nearby, wrapped in shide folded paper decorations used to mark out sacred sites in Shintoism.
according to this sign, these big trees are called camphor trees. Kind of remind me of sycamore trees back home because those tend to get really big like that. That is massive though. So nearby there was also a horse chestnut tree. Not to be confused with actual chestnut because these are poisonous. And they kind of resemble buckeye trees that we have back home. And this is the nut. And if you look inside, you can see this buckeye looking nut on the inside. Really cool looking.
I think we're gonna be heading up there pretty soon. A lot of it's paved and then it leaves the paved and that's when it starts to get pretty steep. We'll hug the right side of that and then work our way up some steeper mountains too. So not as steep, but still pretty steep mountains. We continued on, and the path led us further through the developed area.
This is pretty cool because it's basically just going through a regular town. Like, people just live here. And in fact, up ahead, there's a vending machine.
To get to the vending machine, we came to an open parking lot that overlooked an incredible view.
Wow, dude, there's just dragonflies flying everywhere. Incredible views. It's a tough hike, but it's beautiful.
The bright blue sky contrasted perfectly with the dark mountains that surrounded terraces of yellow-green rice paddies.
The nature around us was absolutely stunning. An idyllic scene that made the nearby vending machine seem especially out of place, but certainly not unappreciated.
It's like a lemon iced tea with some honey in there, I guess. Oh, that's something you don't get to enjoy on the trail very often. Cheers.
I'm the only one who got coffee?
Yeah, I had coffee
Savor
this
it,
morning.
Savor it.
I stopped drinking coffee every day precisely for times like this, where you need a performance-enhancing boost. And if you're not used to it, the caffeine hits you and it's...
A little bit. That was so refreshing though. 10 out of 10.
And up ahead, we saw another interesting thing.
So along the ground are these orange fruits. These are actually wild persimmons. You can kind of smell that persimmon flavor, but I'm not going to eat it right now. Yeah, this is the persimmon tree here. They're usually good once they actually fall off. Before that, they're too underripe.
The trail now led us up a steep, narrow alleyway path.
Oh, there's a little lodge right here. That'd be nice.
As we made our way up the stone path, we saw various sights. A small field with piles of cut logs, a trickling mossy street gutter, and something else.
There's a boar trap there.
And we also saw a large, rather recognizable plant.
This bamboo?
I don't know what kind exactly. I know golden bamboo is a common species here. But yeah.
As you kind of go higher and higher, you know, this narrow road makes you feel like you're walking through the Shire.
Yeah.
But in Japan. Don't touch these fences, I think they're electric.
Yeah. That says danger. Wow. Guess they're drying the rice?
We again passed by another cafe and inn. We continued on, and Andrew spotted another persimmon tree.
These are the Hachiya persimmons, which grow a little bit longer in the shape. When they get ripe, they are so juicy and delicious. It's one of my favorite fruits.
We had under 9 kilometers, or 5.6 miles to our destination, but we were savoring the tranquil vibes of this town.
Dude, only in my wildest dreams did I think we'd ever hike a trail like this.
This is like nothing else we've ever done before. All right, so we follow this until it ends, which should be just a little bit further, and then it gets pretty damn steep.
All right. I feel like we've been rejuvenated enough.
Yes. Let's get out of the sun.
All right.
Dragonflies darted around us as we took in the rustic sights of the town and followed the path back into the wilderness.
Back into the woods.
And just as we left the town, we came across another shrine.
This is the shrine we should make a big offering to because this is a lot of uphill.
Not far into the trail, we also saw a pile of rubble.
There's probably a house at one point. And it's just old and destroyed now.
We entered a section of cedar trees which flanked the sunken stone path on either side.
Even though these cedars are already gigantic and looming, you feel even more dwarfed because they start at your head level.
Oh, yeah.
You know, every time I hike uphill in the Smokies or an environment like that, an image of an old Obachan hiking in the woods in an anime comes to mind. And now I'm living that reality.
Japanese cedar forests like this one are planted, with some of them established decades ago and others centuries ago. Along this trail, they're often planted near sacred sites and seem to blend together the organic and the orderly, as is so common in Japanese aesthetics.
It's just interesting someone's lined up these glass bottles. I don't know if that's spiritual stuff or if that's just random. And an old piece of ceramic here. Definitely remnants of an old house or something.
Up ahead, we saw an abandoned A-frame house next to the trail.
They've even got the traditional Japanese hearth in here.
And nearby was a small shelter with another marker stone.
So we're at 9. What number are we getting to today? Do you know?
26 will be the last one, 26.
Okay, well that means we're about a little more than a third of the way there. So reasonable time. Our typical pace is just about 1 mile an hour. We've hiked for 3 hours and 5 minutes, and we've done 3.87 miles. We're obviously a lot slower than other people, but for the amount of distance we have to do and when we want to get to the inn, I think we're actually making decent time.
Up ahead, we came to a trail junction.
Oh, so you can go 700 meters up to a little mountain. Ooh, do you want to?
I don't.
As we hiked, we stopped and talked to another hiker.
So that gentleman is a guide and he's studying the trail before he receives some Australian guests. But this apparently is an old charcoal kiln, about 100 years old, he said, and there used to be a stone roof over the top with an opening in the front. So I imagine they'd take a lot of this wood and just burn it in a smokeless environment so it becomes charcoal that they can use to forge and things like that.
I think one thing about seeing old structures that date really far back is that it makes the history more tangible. Like no matter where you go, there's history to it. But when you see stuff like that, you're like, man, there were actual humans doing stuff out here a long time ago.
Okay, we're at 10.
We now had 8 kilometers, or under 5 miles left. Along the way, I saw a log with some mushrooms growing on them.
Not exactly sure what those are, but I think they might be in the Ganoderma genus, just based on the shape of them. If they are in that genus, reishi mushrooms, which are a really prized medicinal mushroom in Japanese and Chinese culture, are also in that genus.
As we climbed the hill, we came to an unexpected body of water.
As much as I want to go off the trail and go back there, some of these spiders are just like this big.
Oh, I haven't seen any yet.
Right up there.
Ooh, Mama, I'm not messing with that. Is this another leap of faith?
It's a leap of death.
Let's see if I can see into it. Wow.
It's all you, buddy. You go in there.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
This must be some sort of dam that was built up at some point, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, you know, I bet it's like a reservoir that feeds water down the mountain.
There's some tubing.
Yeah.
Some pipes that went all the way down.
Huh.
We entered another section of tall, mesmerizing cedar trees. Up ahead, we came to a sign pointing us to another shrine.
We've done 1.7 kilometers since the town. Next stop is Daimon Oji.
Daimon is big door. Does that mean there's a big torii gate?
Oh.
I wonder.
Possible.
The trail continued uphill through the cedars, but as we trudged along, a cool, calming breeze rolled through the forest.
The weather is mercifully cool right now. Oh, it is literally the coolest it's been since we got to Japan. According to the weather forecast, we've got rain at 5 p.m.
And if all goes according to plan, we will be long done with hiking by then. And we can be safe and inside.
And we now approach Daimon Oji.
So, the actual name of this shrine doesn't exist in records, but the name Daimon does in fact come from the fact that it's believed there used to be a big torii gate here. Fujiwara Munetada on his pilgrimage stayed near the shrine in a shed with a drinking fountain, apparently.
We collected another stamp from the shrine.
Okay, so we haven't missed anything, right? This is Takahara Kumano Shrine. That's what we did last.
We got most of it.
After visiting the shrine, we continued onward.
So I think we're about 3/4 of the way to the highest point. It's going to get a little higher, then we're going to drop down, and then we'll have a pretty steep push at the end. And then after that, it should be smooth sailing for most of the way down.
We continued on and came to another trail marker.
All right, 12.
Almost halfway there.
Robby and Thomas are up ahead. I'm in the middle and Bryan's in the back. I am definitely not operating at peak performance right now, but the uphills are rough, but this is manageable right now.
I thought I was going at a fast pace, and then I'm following Robby, and I'm like, why am I out of breath? It's because Robbie's running up that mountain.
I'm telling you, man. Coffee, that performance-enhancing drug, it gives you false confidence.
I completely forgot about the coffee. I'm like, where is this Robby coming from?
Yeah, taking breaks is definitely a necessity on this trail, though. I can't just sustain this charge up this hill. Every time I take a break, I get another wind to keep going.
One thing that we can all count our blessings for is that the temperature and the breeze up at this height is pretty manageable compared to what we were experiencing down on sea level. With the shade protecting us from the sun, this is actually comfortable.
I turned the corner over here and I looked and I said, man, this is the Smokies.
Yes.
This is the Smokies. Yeah. And what's funny is if you watch our most recent Smokies episode, there's a little hill there called Masanab, which is named after a Japanese man who loved those mountains so much. And I can absolutely see why those mountains would remind him of home, if this is what a lot of Japan looks like.
I don't know about you, Bryan, but my outlook on life does a complete 180 when I'm going flat or downhill.
100%, yes.
When I'm uphill, I'm like, there's no hope in the world. And now I'm like, oh, I could do this for days.
The trail was much flatter and easier to hike in this section, a far cry from the steep uphills at the start.
This is officially the halfway marker for today. Great pace.
And along with the constant distant posts, the trail was very well marked.
Just about every intersection we've come to where you could make a mistake, they have little signs that tell you, don't go this way, and then just very well marked, go this way. It's a nice convenience that I speak Japanese, but you absolutely don't need to know any Japanese to get around this country, even doing what we're doing right now.
I will say though, don't go off the trail, because there are big spiders that you will walk into, especially if you're tall like me.
Like the planted cedar forests, Japan's trails feel orderly and rugged all at once. All around us was the wildness of summer. Yet all along this well-marked trail were modern amenities, some of which were no longer in use.
Nice solid table.
We came across a clearing near the next shrine and decided to sit and take a break and enjoy some snacks.
How are y'all doing?
I'm feeling much better than I was earlier. Temperature and the breeze, fortunately, manageable at this height.
Yeah. That mountain elevation and those trees, huge difference.
Yeah, the elevation's about 2,000 feet right now. It's not going to have an effect on your breathing, but it will lower the temperature about 6 degrees Fahrenheit.
The sound is an absolute assault on your ears.
I got this white peach cream bun. It's quite good. It's got a good cream filling. Nice sweet glazed top. And it has a bit of a fruity tartness to it. I'm hoping this continues to energize me. Also got these nice portable fans.
Wasn't sure if it was going to be worth bringing this, but it is worth it.
After that, we grabbed our stamp at the next shrine, then continued on our way. And here, the landscape reminded us of a previous hike we had done in Japan.
Thomas, this section of the trail is very similar to Kumotori. So even though you haven't done that, you're getting a sense of the environment and the difficulty.
I could never really gauge how hard Kumatori actually was, because that was when we were starting actually doing mountain hikes, and every mountain seemed like a pretty hard hike. But this is no joke. This is steep.
As we hiked, we saw a Japanese 5-lined skink, which had a brilliant blue tail.
And up ahead, we came to a sign marking a point of interest.
Apparently, somebody died here, presumably on a pilgrimage, and driven by hunger and fatigue, took an oval gold coin, a koban in his mouth, and died. Hence the name Koban Jizo.
Near the sign was a small Jizo statue, with several coins piled around it.
We now entered a section of hillside that had been eroded away. Fallen logs laid below, and the trail had been reinforced with a built-up terrace.
Up ahead was another sign commemorating a former pilgrim of the ancient trail.
So this guy's name was Jujo Akushiro. So the mountain behind the site is called Akushiro and is 782 meters tall.
Aku means bad, is because they say usually that means evil person, but because of his valor, he was called Aku, or bad.
We kept hiking. We were continually amazed at how familiar some of this trail felt.
Still can't get over how similar this is to the Smokies.
Yeah, just even the little sections where water comes down looks just like it.
In the foliage below, we saw a snake slithering around, and we saw some other signs of wildlife.
Gregory Bald, actually, in the Smokies, we saw a bunch of ground like this that we think were wild boars. Looks like it might have been here, too.
A lot of it down there. Oh, hello.
Yo, bear.
Yo, bear.
Yo, boar.
Yo, boar.
We made swift progress on this flat section of the trail.
The nice thing about kilometers is psychologically it feels like you're accomplishing a lot more than with miles.
We are at the top of the roller coaster, about to shoot down the mountain here in a little bit.
The trail now descended downhill through another section of cedar trees.
But before long, the terrain shifted, climbing uphill once again.
We now passed through a more natural section of woods, surrounded by evergreens like Japanese hemlock and various deciduous trees. And we saw this Joro spider, a type of orb weaver, trying to remove a seed from its web.
Now, we came to another informational sign.
So according to this, tea houses used to be common along this trail.
Robbie,
Robbie. What?
There's a big hornet. It's a hornet. Move.
Is it still chasing me?
I don't know. I don't see it.
It was a scary hornet.
It was this big.
The tea houses were a way for the locals and the pilgrims to interact. It was a nice little resting point for the pilgrims.
8.
We now only had 4 kilometers, or 2.5 miles left to go. We were high up with a great view of distant mountains, but the midday summer heat was at its peak.
Got my tactical fan.
You gotta use every tool in your tool chest. Okay, so that's 3.5 kilometers left. So Andrew was saying earlier that kilometers make you feel like you're doing more distance, which is nice. But when you're getting towards the end of your hike, you can start looking at miles instead, and then you have less to do. So it's 3.5 kilometers, but it's probably only like 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
I witnessed a most amazing sight that filled me with unfathomable power. You should all climb to the top of this mountain to worship the moon as it rises on the most auspicious day. A 3-fold moon will appear.
So, 3-fold moon viewing points. We're definitely going down here, but the question is, can we go up here and then continue?
Yeah, this isn't on the map.
My guess is that you can go up, but you have to come back down the same way. Since there's no moon out right now.
I'm good to skip.
I'm good to skip.
Okay.
We descended further down the mountain, making great progress with the distance.
6.5 kilometers left, also known as 3 kilometers.
But then, we ran into a slight obstacle.
Oh, that.
I don't see it.
It's right there. Right. Come on. Let's move, buddy. Come on. 100% that's a pit viper. I just looked it up. Come on, let's move.
Where is it?
It's right there. You see it moving?
You got it.
Get a little closer to me.
I got it.
It's going up the mountain.
See it?
Mm-hmm. That is a pit viper right there.
Oh, yeah?
You can tell because it's got a diamond-shaped head, it's got cat-like eyes, and it's got these rings on it. It's also the color it should be. So we're going to move very quickly over here.
Oh, it's looking at you. Keep going.
You good, Bryan?
One of the problems with pit vipers compared to rattlesnakes in the US is rattlesnakes will let you know where they are. You get too close, it's going to scare you, but you're going to know where it is.
That one did not give much warning.
No. Bryan, can I just take one of your hiking sticks?
The pit viper had definitely been an alarming sight. But once the adrenaline died down, we took in the peaceful sounds of summer around us.
We came to an intersection with the road, where we made some preparations before heading back into the woods.
So I'm a little spooked after that pit viper, and I think what we need to do is have some rule where whoever's in front gets a whacking stick.
A stone marked the site of an old tea house further on the trail, and pieces of broken pottery had been placed nearby.
And I saw a tree I wanted Andrew to identify.
Okay, so this tree right here.
Of course, a Japanese maple.
Okay, so last time I was in Japan, I went to a place called Kumano Falls, and they were selling fried maple leaves. I was like, man, I know I should try those so that I can show you what it's like and then tell you what it's like. I just could not bring myself to do it. I was like, I know that leaf under there is just going to be a leaf. Maybe it would have tasted good, I don't know, but just the idea of a fried maple leaf did not sound appealing at all.
When they are just coming out in the springtime, they're tender enough that you can eat them without it being really fibrous.
Oh.
I think that's the idea.
Yeah, just in my head, it just sounded like eating a crunchy
bay leaf.
fall leaf. Yeah.
Look, I know we're not supposed to get rain until like 5 o'clock, but this feels like it's about to rain.
This feels like
It
rain.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep moving.
It looks like it too. 1.6 for a mile.
Further along the trail, there was an opening in the trees, through which we could see a road leading into a tunnel carved into the base of the hill.
Wow. Tunnel right through the mountain.
Man, I thought hiking this was hard, but building that would be way worse. Oh yeah. And who, even building this path? Who built this path? You got to be on the 7th pillar of the 8 pillars. Is that what it is? The eightfold path. You got to be on the 7th fold at least to do that.
All right, 0.1 kilometers to the next stamp location.
The trail descended rapidly now, taking us into a low-lying gully crisscrossed with gentle mountain streams.
Here, a small stone shrine stood next to a carved tablet, with the name of the shrine inscribed on it.
We collected our stamp, then read about the significance of the shrine.
So the plaque says that Osakamoto Oji Shrine was so named because it was located on the foot of Osaka Pass. And then there was a dude who walked by and saw a snake-like object, and then it turned into a woman. What's crazy, though, is that says that happened in 1109. They have records going back that far.
Near the shrine, we amazingly found some ginseng growing, complete with an umbel of bright red berries. Ginseng, of course, is a very important component in traditional Chinese medicine.
And as we stood in the valley, we noticed the cicadas starting back up. Hopefully, a sign that we would avoid the rain for a while longer.
We continued along the creeks and streams, and noticed something colorful lying on the ground that we thought was a snack someone had dropped.
It's pretty soft.
Well, that doesn't look like a snack.
No, it does not look like a snack.
Wow. 2 more kilometers, so a little over a mile, but not by much.
We hiked on through the forest, whose dense shrubs, ferns, and lush moss created the feeling of a dense rainforest.
and we saw an out-of-place looking plant that added to the forest's tropical ambiance.
I think it's a type of fan palm. I'm honestly not sure if it's native here, but the latitude we're on is pretty far south, actually. Relatively similar to the deep south in the US, so it's entirely possible it would grow here. But it kind of reminds me of when you're walking through a hardwood forest in the eastern US and you just see a random pine tree sprouting out of nowhere. It's really interesting.
This tree was likely Livistona chinensis, the Chinese fan palm, which is native to parts of Japan, although more common further south.
A bridge led us over a channel that had been dug into the forest, which, despite being completely geometric, seemed to fit right into its surrounding environment, especially with its concrete and stonework covered in a medley of moss and ferns.
You know, those type of structures are so beautiful and so interesting now. Just imagine hundreds of years from now how interesting those are going to be to people. Like, man, there was humans back then.
Even the stone wall up here, like the way the stones are rounded is so interesting.
Yeah.
As we hiked on through the woods, we noticed more openings in the canopy above, and more man-made structures along the trail.
Before long, we came to another trail marker.
1.5 more kilometers left. It's just under a mile.
After passing through a small patch of bamboo, the trail led us to a junction, with one path leading across a road and into civilization.
We made our way across the street. A nearby sign pointed the way to a shrine ahead on the trail.
But for now, we figured we could take a break and see if there were any refreshments to enjoy.
Just across the street was a small sitting area, complete with vending machines serving cold drinks. We decided to partake in them.
I got a lemon Chikatsu-yu.
I got a Calpis soda.
Man, that is great.
This is amazing.
If there's one thing that Japan is really ahead of than the rest of the world is vending machines. Instant, like you drop the coin and you press a button, pow!
But as we enjoyed the drinks, Bryan had some potentially bad news.
Guys, I hate to be a downer, but I need to face the reality that I don't know if I can finish this hike. Not today, I mean this whole hike. So we'll have to discuss it when we get to town. I think this hike is pushing me to my absolute limit, and I think I know why I always get dehydrated. I think I literally sweat faster than my body can absorb water. No, I'm not even joking, because though I'm dehydrated and I'll drink water and it will just come right out of me. My body's like, nope, can't hold any more water.
That's interesting, because you said you brought 4 liters of water, and I only brought 2.5. And I think I've maybe drank half of that.
It'd probably be a different circumstance if it was a cooler, like manageable weather. The first half of this hike, I feel like it's been one of the toughest ones we've done. Like those uphills were no joke at the beginning. That was crazy. But
it's important to know your limits and everything, and I think the benefit of this hike is that there's buses that take you to and from each town. So we can definitely take a look and figure out what are some maybe more streamlined options to get you to the next stop.
Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do the whole hike, but like you said, you gotta know your limits. And also, my biggest concern is being a hindrance to you guys.
Don't worry about that.
Well, I mean, I just don't want to be like in the middle of the hike and then suddenly I'm like, I can't do this, I can't just go on, you know?
Yeah.
Or I'm too slow for you guys.
That would make for more interesting watching.
Whether or not I would be able to finish the rest of the trail would remain to be seen, but for now, we ambled around the nearby gift shop and rested some more.
While we rested, I looked over the timetable of bus stops in case we would have to utilize them later on.
After that, we made our way back across the street to continue our hike on the trail.
Another shrine was just 800 meters ahead, and the town we would be staying in was not much further than that.
But of course, we first had to hike uphill a little bit more.
There were more signs pointing the way ahead. It wasn't much longer now.
That's it. Chikatsu-yu Oji, 1.1 kilometers.
Oh, we are so close.
And just a fantastic breeze, man. Feels so good.
I know it's really hot, but this is so much better than what I expected it to be. I was just bracing myself for just the worst heat we've ever experienced. But when the breeze is actually blowing, it's almost nice. It's almost pretty nice.
So according to the map, we can pick up the trail right here, or we can walk this down and then pick up the trail again later.
Considering it has a sign that specifically says this is not the Kumano Kodo, for completionist's sake, we might want to do this, but...
It has been decided.
And it's only a kilometer.
We continued on the trail and spotted some brightly colored golden spindle mushrooms growing from the soil.
One kilometer left. All
What do you
right.
think this is? An old bridge?
Looks like an old footbridge or something.
My guess would be to move something, but maybe it was a footbridge.
Huh. So interesting. Relics from all sorts of different ages.
The metal track continued through the forest ahead.
I'm wondering if this is connected to like some type of mining system or some way to get logs down.
It looks like there's a cart that would go on it. It has those gears on it too.
Yeah, it's got gears on it to make it go up, so you can easily like turn it and everything and lock it in.
And up ahead, we ran into the guide we had talked to before.
Thank you.
It says cow, horse, doji statue. And then half a kilometer back to our hostel.
The next shrine was dedicated to an emperor who picked reed plants to use as chopsticks. When he noticed the dew on the red stalks of the plant, he inquired if it was blood or dew, or translated into Japanese, Chikatsu-yu, hence the name of the town.
The statue at the shrine also depicted the emperor as a boy riding both a cow and a horse simultaneously.
We continued on, ever closer to our destination.
Is there any greater feeling than getting into town after a hike? Nope. All right, half a kilometer left. Almost 26.
At the forest's edge was a picnic shelter that overlooked the entire town, nestled in a cozy valley below.
That is beautiful.
And now, we made our way down.
All right, we've been hiking for 7 hours and 20 minutes, 10.06 miles. When we started hiking this morning and the uphill was so difficult, even getting there by 5 o'clock seemed like an impossibility. But we're there before 3. That's not bad.
The path weaves through patches of woods, fields of rice, and traditional houses and inns.
The Chikatsu-yu guest house.
What a nice welcome. Man, I hope people know what they have when they live here. This is just intense beauty.
Somehow, we got the feeling that the small town's beauty was not lost on anyone.
We walked over a large bridge that spanned across the Hiki River. Houses sat on the opposite bank, resting peacefully among the meadows and groves of cedar trees.
Never done anything this cool.
It truly was a surreal feeling. Being in such a small rural village like this, a place that, were it not for the Kumano Kodo, many outsiders might not even know it existed.
Just across the bridge was a small plot of land where the Chikatsu-yu Oji shrine sat.
Thankful to have made it to the town, we paid our respects, then collected another stamp before taking a moment to sit, rest, and take everything in.
And then, it was time to move on.
Perfect timing too, because just as we got here, the rain's starting to come down, and my watch is about to flip over to 10 miles exactly.
Wow, how could we have timed that more perfectly? Rain just started. We were right here. All right. Okay, we'll see you on the inside. We got to check in.
Tonight, we are staying at the Minshuku Wago, a quaint little inn that Daryl had helped book for us.
We headed upstairs to the living quarters, where it is of course customary to remove your shoes.
The area was clean and comfortable, and we were quite impressed.
So, yesterday we stayed at the Tsukasa house. Highly recommended. Today we're staying at the Minshuku Wago. Highly recommended. Like, we were the only 4 people in here today, and the only 4 people in there yesterday. Why are people sleeping on these great places?
This is also not the busy season. But if
But all the other places were booked up. So for some reason people booked this one last. I don't know.
If there's an AC, I highly recommend it.
I'm just sitting here, zen, trying to feel the AC on my skin.
Bryan has found enlightenment. Wow, man, talk about the highest highs and the lowest lows. That first uphill was so brutal, but this is just...
It's like I've been in a pool all day. I never sweat this much.
Yeah.
I forget what the term is called, but there's like a certain point where humans just begin to sweat, and you cannot replenish the water.
Yeah, this is no joke of a hike. Like, there's parts that were easy and kind of normal, but there were other parts that were just brutal. It feels like the end of a hike to me, almost. And it's only the first day.
You know why?
Huh.
We're not having a post-hike meal. We're having the extremely rare mid-hike meal.
Yeah, every night is going to be amazing, but the hikes might be pretty tough.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
We headed downstairs for food.
Although our host had already eaten, he graciously offered to walk us to the part of town where there were a few restaurants and grocery stores available.
During the walk, we were curious to get to know him.
Did you grow up here?
No, I was born in Osaka
Oh, okay.
and settled to here like 3 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Have you ever been to Osaka?
Not yet. We
Not
passed
yet.
through.
Oh, yeah. It's nice city,
Okay.
but so crowded
Yeah.
and many strangers.
We were filled with absolute peace. The quiet serenity of the town, combined with its modern conveniences, seemed like the perfect balance for the wild forests and rugged mountain trails that we had just been on. A hawk soared on a breeze above a grove of bamboo, becoming a perfect embodiment of Zen.
He arrived at the plaza where we could find food.
Get some snacks and stuff there for tomorrow. Over there. Supermarket.
Now that we had arrived, our host headed back.
わかります。はい、大丈夫。じゃあね。
Oh, enter from the left.
So they've got set meals, they've got bowls, they've got udon and sushi.
We've got the gooey bowl with natto, okra, and grated yam, which kind of has this like sticky tapioca texture. I don't know what makabu is, but it must be slimy. Cold tea. This is some orange juice drink. Probably don't need to tilt the cup. It's kind of like a Sunny D or something. It's good.
And along with that, we had some crisp, refreshing beer.
You know that I hiccup every time I have carbonated beverages.
Really?
Yeah, every time.
Inari sushi. Nice and sweet, substantive.
Next was a traditional dish from the Kumano region, mehari zushi, which is rice wrapped in pickled takana, or Japanese mustard leaves.
I got these like tiny little white fish. I thought they'd actually be bigger, but just a bunch of little river fish. It's kind of the texture of like shredded crab meat salad, but it has a very rich, fishy taste to it.
I got the unagi dum, or eel rice bowl, which came with some soup as well.
Oh, baby. That was good. It's a much softer texture than I thought. But the sauce flavor, quite good.
And I got some thin sliced pork for my set meal.
It's a very thin slice, but it's like the most delicious pork chop I've ever had. It's citrusy, it's light.
Little hunger spice on top, too.
And I got a grilled eel bowl, slightly different from how eel is usually prepared. This one seems to be like grilled more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like a grilled char. That's good.
And each of our meals came with a bowl with this in it. It's definitely very gooey. Yeah, it's like savory. Also, I'm wondering what these are for. Those are sweet.
So we asked Daryl what this was through the internet because he's not here. I wish Daryl was here. But this is grated mountain yam. It's called tororo. It's such a unique, it's salty, but it also disappears in your mouth as soon as you put it in. Not my favorite texture or flavor, but definitely an interesting experience.
I've actually had this yam from the store, but usually I'll peel it. I saw this actually in a Japanese show called Midnight Diner. But I'll peel it, cut it into slices, and then cook it with a little bit of soy sauce or butter. And it's actually really good because it's like kind of crunchy, but slimy and delicious. Never had it grated though. It's very strange.
I don't know if this is faux pas to do this, but I'm gonna try some of Andrew's little white fish in here.
I don't know if it'll be good.
The taste of the fish helps complement it a little bit since it's kind of like a savory taste, but I'm with Robbie. It's like the texture is just something I'm not really a fan of. Tororo was one of the specialties here, said to nourish and restore the bodies of those making the pilgrimage on this trail.
After dinner, we headed to the nearby supermarket to stock up on snacks for the trail.
Then we moseyed on back to our inn, taking our time to enjoy the sights.
The rain had started falling just as we had made it back to the Minshuku Wago.
As the rain fell, we reviewed our plans for tomorrow. Bryan and Andrew were going to follow the original plan laid out by Daryl, but I was considering hiking an extra section of the trail to collect more of the stamps.
Andrew and Bryan will be taking the bus stop to Doyukawabashi bus stop, and they will get there at 7:33. They're going to leave at 7:23, get there at 7:33. So is this even on the table, walking from where we are all the way to Doyukawa?
So we're trying to figure that out. If you're concerned about time, we were pacing at about 40 minutes a mile.
Well, I mean, how do you feel about
being a purist?
Yeah, purist.
I mean, you'll...
Tell you how I feel.
You know, under normal circumstances, I'd care about being a purist, but this is a lot of miles in one day.
I don't know, I'm just leaning towards purity because as hard as today was, I felt like, especially by the end, it was super manageable.
It's about 25 kilometers tomorrow, about 15 and a half miles. If you want to do this, I will do this. If it were up to me, I'd want to enjoy the hike because there's a lot of really cool things at the end. I'd rather bail on that first road part than have to bail and skip all this stuff down here.
I'm not disagreeing, but what about this seems cool to you? Because did you look these up or something?
No, I'm just guessing that because it's, you know, you see, you go, you know, you got the Oji bus stop. Sorry, you got an Oji there. You got a stamp there.
If it's just a feeling, you can say it's just a feeling. That's fine.
No. I was looking at these red things, right? You got a stamp there. You got a stamp there.
Let's think about it. See how we feel.
We got plenty of time left in the day, at least, I think.
But before further planning, we decided to enjoy some snacks.
What are they actually? Are they sweet?
Supposed to be sweet.
Sweet.
The description is a sweet taste with a nostalgic taste.
Sweet.
It's mildly sweet, yeah.
I don't know if it's a pet peeve or what. I need to know if something's sweet or savory before I put it in my mouth.
Got us some sour cream and onion potato chips.
I had these on the trail. I demolished these. These are amazing. They're good.
Wow, they are good. See if I can catch it. Not even close.
We had gotten beers for our host, but he had something even better for us to drink.
Normally, we drink sake, very small.
Yeah.
But,
Where's yours?
From the bottom?
no.
Join us.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were the second guests ever at this guest house.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
And the host is awesome, and he speaks Chinese, Korean, Japanese, English. That's good. Very good.
That's smooth.
Yeah, that's
Strong but smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth は日本語なんて言いますか？
飲み心地がいい。It's very smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth. It's much better than the sake I've had before. 我没有喝很多酒。
我们喝比较多。
Speaking of drinking more, none of us could get the lid back on this bottle.
You just have to finish it.
Yes. Maybe that just means we have to finish.
That is weird.
Yeah.
如果你喝我也喝。
For the sake.
Go.
We're all switching languages. Oh no.
Finish.
日本に初めて。
日本、そうだ。
Oh, that's okay.
乾杯。
乾杯。
很好喝。
Wow, that's good.
美味しい。
Yeah.
Oishi.
好喝。
ありがとうございます。
ああ、いえ。
はい、ありがとうございます
That's great.
ありがとうございます。
Oh, we got it.
Ah.
Okay. For you?
Okay, we'll
Okay,
keep
so it
these.
was our plan. Tomorrow is all good, right? We know where we're meeting up.
Yes.
Okay, you guys are eating breakfast right on that bus. We'll see you guys somewhere on the trail, or at the very least at that intersection that we marked on the map.
We will communicate with you as we travel.
Yeah, if we run out of signal though, we got that fallback point.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
We're ready to get up at 5:15 and get out the door by 5:30, right?
Fine, give me 5 a.m.
Okay, I think our plan is set. It's a pretty good plan. It's less than 8 o'clock right now. We're feeling good. We'll go to sleep, get some good rest. We'll see you in the morning.
We wasted no time and got right to bed. We had had a long day, and tomorrow was going to be even longer.
Good luck to both of you. I do not envy you, but we will meet up.
Let's hope it's not raining.
Yep. Buddha, help us.
It was the second day of our Kumano Kodo hike. With an extra 8 kilometers before us, Thomas and I had woken up at 5 in the morning to get a head start.
Not wanting to wake up the others, we quietly got our snacks and gear sorted out for the day. Before heading out, we guzzled down some caffeine to give us a boost before the hike.
And even though we were up extra early, our gracious host was up to see us out the door.
もう行きますか。
はい、行きます。
記念写真だ。いいですか。誰？
Oh, yes, sir.
1, 2, 3. はい。
じゃあね。
I know we're up really early, but this is unbelievable. Can you imagine? People here wake up to this every day. Holy cow.
The trail led us along a small street. The dawn moon glowed through silhouetted power lines above. We walked by empty stores with glowing vending machines and closed-down coffee cafes.
And misty mountains surrounded us beyond the quaint little town.
The grade of the street became gradually steeper now. We paused at a small shed to tie our shoes and prepare for the rest of the hike.
We had a long day of hiking ahead of us, which felt a bit daunting after the exertion of yesterday's journey.
How are your legs feeling?
See, this isn't my usual backpack because I wanted something I could take into the city, so my shoulders are actually hurting more than my legs are today.
Well, let that view rejuvenate you.
That's like out of a painting, like a Japanese painting right there.
The path meandered further to the edge of town, leading us to more and more rural and natural landscapes.
The trail now veered left, passing by a baseball field.
That's a nice high school for particularly out in the country here.
We were making great progress as the trail continued weaving through the town.
We're about halfway to our next Oji. I had a feeling because this section was a paved road that it wouldn't be all that difficult. And so far, that's seeming to be the case. There's a lot of uphill, but it's paved. Check that out? No.
Every so often, the trail would offer us a fantastic view of the misty mountains in the distance.
We continued through the damp dawn air. We were now about 1.3 kilometers or 0.8 miles from the next shrine.
We passed by a small cafe, and then followed the path to the edge of the forest. From here, the trail continued through the woods on a dirt trail.
It's a dark and bleak woods if I've ever seen one. As nice as it is to start early, the problem is all the spiders have had a chance to rebuild their webs from yesterday. So I got my whacking stick.
Already done a kilometer.
It's more than a kilometer.
We passed by a dilapidated, overgrown hut as the forest trail led us uphill.
Then, we came to another road. We were a half kilometer closer to the next shrine. We had a quick snack, then followed the trail back onto the paved path.
As we continued, we took in another view of the breathtaking mountains around us.
It feels wrong to leave such a beautiful place. It's like I just want to stay there and soak it in.
That's wild, dude. As much as I was saying, this place reminds me of the Smokies. You don't get those types of mountains in the Smokies. Those are distinctly Japanese mountains right there.
We were making rapid progress and feeling quite optimistic as a result.
I don't want to jinx it, dude, but we are booking it. We're probably going to have to wait at the log for a long time until they get here.
It was 6:17 a.m., and it would still be over an hour before Bryan and Andrew even got on the bus to make it to the start of their hike. We figured we would make it to our meeting spot well before them.
Up ahead, we came to an overlook of the mountain range surrounding us.
So we can see Okamidawa, Mikkamori, Otome no Negao. That's Okamidawa. You can't see Mikkamori. This one's unnamed. And then that, right there, is Otome no Negao.
After taking in the mountain scenery, it was back into the forest, where we saw a somewhat disconcerting sign.
On July 12th, somebody spotted a bear, I think.
Fun.
But before long, the path led us through another small rural town, where we saw taro leaves growing in someone's garden. We also saw this stone plaque, which unfortunately neither of us could read.
It's currently 7:23 a.m. And if we're keeping to our original timetable here, that means Andrew and Bryan should be just waking up and about to enjoy their bed and breakfasts.
I'm very happy with the decision we made. My only disappointment is that we did not get to experience the breakfast.
Yeah, it was a very hasty and rushed morning for us.
It was early in the morning, and as Bryan and I packed up our gear, our generous host Ike had set up a wonderful breakfast for us. We got some hot coffee, iced coffee, and orange juice. Oh, that's good in the morning. Some thick buttered toast.
Iced coffee?
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Oh, that toast is really good. So is the fruit. Best hiking breakfast I've ever had.
It was the perfect breakfast. Light, nutritious, and plenty of carbs to give us energy for the day.
Okay, Hisohara Oji.
So this Fujiwara Teika character, he's been showing up in a lot of these. He must have just been one of the people who did a pilgrimage and actually had like records of it. At present, only a stone monument stands on the former side of the shrine.
After visiting the shrine, we continued down the paved road surrounded by tall cedar trees.
We passed by another shrine built along the moss-covered retaining wall to our left.
There is a distinctly mystical ambience to our surroundings.
Play a lot of The Legend of Zelda, and I always just kind of thought that was like a make-believe fairy tale land. Walking through this, I definitely see the inspiration, and if not, the carbon copy of some of that land from that game here represented in Japan.
We saw another post marking every half-kilometer traveled as we made our way to the next shrine.
Less than a kilometer for the next Oji. That's a stamp Oji, and I think there's a bathroom there.
You know what that says?
No.
It says toilet. That's just what we need.
I needed to use the bathroom, but it looked like I'd have to hold it for a bit longer.
Maybe that sign is out of date because I see no toilet.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're close to a toilet and finding out you're not. Literally, very few things worse than that.
We hiked past a lodge with a strikingly blue roof before continuing along the paved path.
0.4 kilometers.
The sounds of the chirping crickets added to the serene view of the distant, hazy mountains. But in spite of that, I was in a bit of a frantic moment looking for a bathroom.
I hope this sign is not lying to me. All right, Thomas, this is where I leave you.
I'll sit right here for you. Bye, Robbie. Good luck on your quest. Be free. Hey, I think it's down there.
This says it's this way.
80 meters. Oh, okay. Well, I'll stay here. Here, Robbie, take the map. It's on the map.
A short while later, Andrew and I were getting ready to leave the inn and head to the bus stop across the street.
It was a clear, bright morning when we had left, and the sun was bearing down on us. We stood in the shade as we waited for our bus and took in our beautiful surroundings.
Eventually, our bus arrived and we got on board. Now, it was a short ride to the Doyukawa Bashi bus stop.
Check out this roof. Wow, that's the real deal. Wow, I can only imagine how long that would take to make that roof. Okay, this is Tsugizakura Oji. So Tsugizakura means grafted cherry tree, and this time the Munetada character, he saw a grafted cherry tree near here, and it was known for that for hundreds of years.
Wow, look how big those trees are.
Wow.
We approached the shrine, and on the way, stopped to grab another stamp.
We made our way up a steep set of stone stairs, which led to a shrine at the top.
All right, I think it's time we make an offering for the long day that we have ahead. Got a few coins.
We made our offering to the shrine, hoping it would bring us some good fortune.
I wish that there's a nice cool breeze and that everyone is safe today.
It's a good wish. Dude, look at these cypress trees. These are cypress trees, right? Stand next to that one so we can get a sense of how big that is.
Hi, my name is Thomas and Robby. I'm 6'3".
How much do you weigh, Thomas?
When I left, 195, I'm probably down to 190 now.
Now, we descended back down to the paved path. There, we came across what seemed to be a trail guide.
We stopped at the kiosk containing the stamp for the Hidehira cherry tree we had read about earlier.
The cherry tree is right here, I think. It's a full row. This must be the cherry tree. Is it all of these right here?
I think so. They said that someone planted a twig and all of these cherry trees bloomed around it back in the late 19th century.
Before we continued on, there was something I wanted to show Thomas.
Oh, something cool over here, actually, you should see. First of all, This is a full-on bathroom with a bidet and a heated seat. But second, there's emergency use water right here.
Oh, that is smart.
Well, just seeing that bathroom, something has inspired me.
Okay, we've received word from Bryan and Andrew. They are on the bus on the way to Doyukawabashi bus stop. If the bus is on schedule, they'll arrive there in 1 minute. We told them to keep going once they get there, and we'll catch up with them. With our pace this morning, I'm sure that will be in no time, so we'll meet up with them very soon.
All right, you got my hiking pole? Yep. We just traveled twice the distance of Robby and Thomas in like 10 minutes. Oh, man.
Now began the start of Daryl's original plan for us. From Doyukawabashi, we would hike to and cross a log bridge and continue on through the woods. It was time to start hiking.
One good thing is that it's already cooled down in these trees.
Yeah.
Feels way better than it did out in the sun.
If we don't rendezvous with Thomas and Robby up ahead, I think the plan for me and Andrew will just be basically slow and steady. Well, not necessarily slow, but steady. Nice even pace where we don't really rush ourselves so that we can kind of conserve our energy throughout the whole hike and not burn out early.
In this section, we had to take the Kumano Kodo detour route, which went off the paved path and into the woods. We crossed the log bridge that was marked on the map and continued on our way.
Well, now we have a little bit of uphill, but hopefully it won't be too bad. We'll see. I may have spoken too soon. It actually feels kind of muggy right now. Hopefully as we get higher in elevation, it'll cool off or a breeze will come by though.
Unfortunately, we still have a bit of this uphill to go.
It's not as bad as that first day, obviously, but...
It's actually, I think, just as bad.
Oh, really?
I think it's steeper a little.
What? Really?
It shows as like a red incline instead of a yellow incline.
Okay. It doesn't feel as bad. I mean, it doesn't feel great, but...
The view of the distant mountains kept us going as we trudged up the steep incline.
Meanwhile, the others continued along their paved path.
The trail again afforded us amazing views of mountain ridges as we hiked.
We passed by various sites, including some planted hibiscus flowers being pollinated by a bee. And we saw a sign about another small creature.
Yeah, so earlier I got one of those mountain leeches on my foot. I thought it was just a slug at first, and then I realized it was stuck to my skin and my sock. I pulled it off and it was fine. That doesn't say anything about risk from deadly diseases, so let's hope that leeches don't have deadly diseases, but...
We passed by another trail marker and sign pointing the way to the next shrine.
In some sections, the street was wide, offering more views of the rugged wilderness around us. In others, it took us along abandoned and overgrown buildings, and even an ominous gated-off tunnel.
Pay you $5 to hop the fence and go down as far as you can.
Nope. Nearby, we came across a resting cicada, and we also saw a nice bit of trail magic further ahead.
This right here says put 100 yen in the bag. I get a nice cold coffee. That is exciting. Oh man. It was funny too because I was just thinking, I was like, I hope there's a vending machine coming up soon. Look at those toys. Coffees in the water for 100 yen. That's the morning right there.
Meanwhile, the others continued trudging uphill.
So Old Trail says that this is close to the same steepness as the beginning of our hike, like yesterday. It doesn't feel nearly that bad. Don't get me wrong, it's a pretty strenuous incline, but up ahead looks rather daunting.
Though the uphill trudge was difficult, it rewarded us with beautiful views. And the humid, jungle-like environment was teeming with all sorts of colorful fungi, mosses, and plant life.
Well, the views are at least kind of nice.
Yeah.
Good place to take a breather.
Up ahead was a small rope gate leading further into the woods.
We've just entered a very, very misty pine forest. Wow.
It's completely different feeling.
Yeah, just immediately changed. Wow. Oh. Whew. Well, I just got to the top.
There's a nice cool breeze. You can tell immediately the temperature's dropped when we walked in here.
Yeah. This feels really good right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, you are soaking.
Yeah.
I mean, I am too, but I think my material's better.
My shirt's just completely wet.
As we were hiking, we found bright orange crabs, live crabs, crawling around on the damp forest floor.
What in the world? There's another one over there.
We'd seen some crab shells the previous day, but we were definitely not expecting to find any just living in the middle of the forest. Now, we took a quick, steep detour to Nakanogawa Oji.
Okay, there it is. Oh. All right, continue down?
Yep. Let's go meet up with the others.
We continued hiking and passed a sign for the town of Shingu and also Hongu, where we would be spending the night.
We passed a small shrine, and we saw some more signs and markers meant for cars driving on this small street. The road eventually came across a tunnel whose colorful murals contradicted its dark, overgrown, foreboding look.
The Kumano Kodo continued past the tunnel. Although we were still hiking on a paved road, our surroundings felt unmistakably wild. Eventually we came to a small clearing with a building that might have been a martial arts center. Unfortunately, Andrew wasn't with us.
This is like some post-apocalyptic Japanese hideout. The rusted signs, the rusty vans over here. This is the Takijiri Oji.
Next up, Kumasegawa Oji.
I think we're about to lose the main road here. There's mile marker 40. Big crow.
The sounds of crows set the mood as the trail finally led us off the road and onto a cobblestone path winding through the forest.
As we hiked into the woods, we were extra aware of the various wildlife we might encounter.
Yo snake, yo leech, yo bear, yo boar.
But it turns out it wasn't the wildlife we needed to be worried about.
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Jesus. You want to sit down?
Not good. Not good.
Ow. Here, take a seat.
Just as we had come to a perfect spot to rest, Robby had twisted his ankle.
What'd you do? Just twist your ankle?
Yeah, twist it. It wasn't too bad, but it hurt.
I have a fracture over here.
And in the meantime, Andrew had an ankle situation of his own.
Well, we just talked to some friendly hikers from Michigan, of all places, and they pointed out I had a leech on my ankle. I just pulled it off, and I don't think it's a big deal, but that's a little bit freaky. Not used to dealing with leeches in the woods. I think I preferred to ticks still, but yeah, maybe I should have worn long pants today.
We now made our way down from the peak of this hill. Lush forest vegetation surrounded us as we hiked through the cedar forest.
This section of the trail is way nicer, just kind of a gradual downhill. Nice and cool forest. Things are looking much better right now. Is this a road?
I don't know, but this is the trail.
And just as the trail was easing up, the weather conditions started to change.
Well, we just got to this nice open area, but it started drizzling. I don't know if it's just there's less tree cover, but either way, I'm gonna get my rain pack on. I might just go without a rain jacket, though.
I'm completely soaked. A rain jacket isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, the rain jacket's kind of pointless at this point.
We rainproofed our gear, then discussed the plan.
So it looks like we are not on the trail that's listed on all trails.
We're currently on a detour route, so we're going to be heading down this road for a little bit, and then it should meet up with the trail again.
Right. The sign is pointing that way, so I think we're in the clear.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep.
We followed the wide gravel road along the mountain and came across a pair of porta potties.
So there's some toilets there, and I think this was one area we were considering doing a rendezvous, but it's still pretty early on the trail. So the next time we see a pair of toilets, that's where we're gonna stop and meet up with Robby and Thomas if they haven't caught up to us by then. I'm sure once they get over that hill, though, they'll make some good progress here.
As we hiked, we were surrounded by nature's organic, rustic, and worn-out beauty on the one hand.
And on the other hand, we frequently saw signs of mankind's interactions with nature.
Looks like a Mario warp pipe with all that green moss on it. Wow, look at this jungle environment.
While we hiked onward, the others were just finishing up resting.
Robby,
Yeah.
depending how you're feeling, we can take this road and go down to the bus stop.
Oh, I'm fine.
You're fine.
I just need to pay attention for the rest of the route because once you do it once, you're prone to do it again. All right, let's go.
Up ahead, we saw a map of the trail.
That's us. This is probably the bus stop that they got off at.
As we progressed along the trail, we entered an area with an open grassy area bisected by a man-made channel.
This area seemed to embody Japanese aesthetics with its clean, orderly structures overtaken by the natural greenery around it.
We passed by a small resting area, then continued on back into the forest.
Here, we came to a series of shrines. The trail also passed by a small cemetery nestled in the woods.
Now, we made our way up a steep incline to Kumasegawa Oji.
Eventually, we found the shrine.
Up ahead, we saw a granite pillar marking 1 ri. A ri is a unit of measurement that is about how far a person can walk in an hour at a reasonable pace. It clocks out at roughly 3.93 kilometers.
HEV. I knew those had to be some sort of distance markers.
Remnants of this ri system are scattered along the old roads of Japan.
Okay, we're gonna try to make some progress and catch up with Bryan and Andrew so they're not waiting for us all day. 42. What did we start at today, like 20?
26.
I don't regret doing this extra bit in the morning, but this is definitely gonna start to make us feel it.
This is Waraji Toge Pass. This is the first of the high points that we're going to get today.
Excellent.
God, look how soaked my map is just through the sweat. We thought yesterday was humid. Today is much worse.
Look at this. You can actually see my sweat. That never happens.
There's Waraji Toji. Then we have to go all the way back down to the log bridge. And we do the same thing again.
Apparently waraji are wooden sandals that would wear out very quickly, sometimes even in a day. And then according to locals, this is the pass where people who are starting at Chikatsu-yu would change their sandals because they had worn out by then.
We headed down the pass, and now we did have to worry about the wildlife. So a little after the pass up there, I felt this sharp sting in the bottom of my leg over here. And I look behind me, I've got this leech about this big. It's a little over an inch. I know you're supposed to like carefully pull them off, but I just started whacking that thing.
This is what we're talking about. That is a little leech right there, and he is looking for food. He will not find it today. Thomas, if you do the honors and stick that thing off of my leg.
Here, I got it. There. It stands on its back leg right here, and it just like walks with its mouth open, and then tries to like grip onto anything that walks by.
Oh.
We passed marker 43, and now it was back to worrying about the terrain.
When I was doing Half Dome in Yosemite, that was like controlled falling. I was having to hold onto the cable. This is much worse in terms of slipperiness, but not nearly as steep. I feel like I'm fighting for my life whenever I walk on one of these really slippery rocks going down the steep stairs.
Especially today, after a rain and intense humidity. Oh, I can see the road down there.
Woo.
Leech check. You stand still. Let me check. Scanning for leeches.
Okay, there was a major crack in this mountain back in September of 2011. That was 12 years ago. So this detour apparently is semi-permanent.
Yeah, I think we just follow this road down now.
Okay.
It's interesting, they said that this wasn't paved. And then we should find that log bridge. From the log bridge, we go up and up and up and up, and that's gonna be the highest point we're gonna be at today.
We passed by a section of road that had been damaged in a landslide. A mountain stream flowed beneath us, echoing into the trees above.
The log bridge, which is up ahead, was our first possible meeting point with Bryan and Andrew. They are past that at this point, and I'm assuming they are on their way to the top of this pass. And holy cow, that is high. That actually, can you even go up that? Yesterday we did a little over 10 miles, and today we've done 5.5 miles so far, which means we've done half as much as we've done yesterday.
We didn't have nearly as much steep uphill as we did yesterday though. So I would treat the rest of this hike like we're just starting the hike again tomorrow. Or hike again yesterday.
Okay, yeah, once we get to the log pass, let's mentally prepare.
Yeah.
And be like, this is the start of today's hike.
Yeah.
This was a little morning workout before the hike.
We now approach the bridge from the opposite direction that Bryan and Andrew had come from.
All right, well, that is the log bridge.
So, in theory, we're about 2 hours behind.
Okay, we can make that up. We're gonna take a quick break, grab a snack, and then get on our way.
But as we pulled out our snacks, it was back to worrying about the wildlife.
Is that just a horsefly?
I think it's a fly, yeah. Although it looks like it's got a big butt. So those things bite, they don't sting, right?
Right. Just let me eat my cookie.
Let me eat my cookie in peace.
I like how we're on opposite sides. So, if one of us suffers, the other doesn't have to.
Okay, we gotta get out of here. There's a horsefly that just will not leave us alone. Log bridge. You know one thing, Bryan and Andrew went first, so they probably cleared the spider webs for us. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Bryan and I were actually a decent way ahead of where the others thought we were. We were following a wide gravel road through the woods.
We had a quick snack break. Now onward on the Kumano Kodo detour.
The road now transitioned into a forest path, which eventually led us to what seemed like an old abandoned rest area.
Here, we saw a sign which seemed to have the names of past pilgrims listed on it.
So that sign said something about watermouth king dragon. I'm wondering if it's because of this. It looks like this dragon-shaped thing used to have water coming out of it.
We paid our respects at the nearby shrine and paused to take in all the details of the small stones and statues surrounding it.
After that, we continued on. The trail led us over a narrow bridge that spanned across a calm stream.
The trail led us through a patch of cedars, where we saw abandoned structures and other peculiar artifacts.
Then we came to another shrine, Yukawa Oji, once a higher-ranking shrine, surrounded by lodgings able to accommodate hundreds of people. And on the ground nearby, we saw the fruits of a seven certosia, a type of parasitic wild orchid that grows native here.
We now continued uphill through the cedar forest. As we hiked, something else added to the difficulty of our steep trudge.
These huge bees keep following us around. So even if we want to stop for a break, we feel like we have to keep going to just avoid them landing on us and stuff.
Eventually, the persistent uphill rewarded us.
Flat ground up here. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Well, Can't tell if that's natural or man-made. That's got to be man-made, right? There's just some cracks in it that and wear and tear that make it look like it's almost natural, but yeah, that's definitely man-made. It's crazy.
The trail again came to a steep incline. As we hiked, we saw a small hydrangea plant growing from the soil. We also saw ants scurrying across a partially rotten log.
Eventually, the steep trail led to a flat, paved path.
Thought I'd never be so happy to see a road. Oh man, the relief. Let's maybe check the map and take a quick break.
We followed the paved path, passing by another distance marker. Here, we saw a small gate marking the entrance to the next section of the trail.
So I think those are the bathrooms over there where we're supposed to rendezvous with Robby and Thomas, but we're gonna take a little break here and I'm gonna check the map just to make sure we're in the right spot. Oh man, I'm very sweaty. That uphill was exhausting and there were bees chasing us the whole time, but this is good relief.
Taking a much-needed break at the shelter, we decided to review our plans to see if this was indeed where we were meeting the others. We've done like maybe a third of the whole thing of what we do today, yeah. Not including what?
The bus part.
No.
Oh, you know what? Don't think this is where we are meeting up. Oh, this is the one we're at here. Okay, so this is not the rest stop where we're meeting them. The bathrooms we passed earlier were where we were considering doing a meetup, but that was way too early on the trail. We are now at these bathrooms in the middle of here and our actual meetup point, which is at these next bathrooms on the map. Unfortunately, I think we still have a couple of uphills. It's gonna be downhill from here for a while, but then there's another pretty decent uphill, and then another short, brutal one right before the end. So, yeah. So today's hike is definitely longest in terms of distance. We still have, what, like 6.5 miles, you said? Mm-hmm. The good news is it's only about 10 a.m. or so. So we're doing pretty good on time. For now, I'm gonna get some much needed food in me.
So we've done about 3 miles.
3 miles, really?
Yeah.
Jeez. That's it?
Yeah.
We were a bit disappointed, as we had thought we had made more progress. But nonetheless, the sun came out, and we made sure to stop and enjoy our beautiful surroundings.
Cicadas chirped as dragonflies darted about in the warm glow of the sun. Eventually, it was time to head back onto the trail and continue on.
Water cascaded down a rocky slope near the trail, pouring water into a rushing mountain stream below.
The peaceful forest was dappled in sunlight, filtered through the cedar canopy above. As we made our way on, the others were retracing our earlier steps up a steep trail.
As we hiked, we came across a rope fence on the trail.
Please close the fence after you pass.
We passed under the fence, curious why it was there.
Maybe it just discourages some animals.
Our uphill hike was made harder by the current weather conditions.
It's not just me, this is more humid than yesterday, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think it could get any more humid than yesterday.
Plenty of switchbacks, but each uphill is very steep. I imagine Bryan and Andrew did not enjoy this section. We can share stories once we get there.
You think we were a little overconfident in how quickly we could get to this part of the trail?
Yes. I thought we would have been to this section earlier. The actual difficulty of this section is about what I expected, which is to say, very difficult.
My answer was yes, but only slightly. I thought we were making good time. Not as good, but we are slightly behind.
Oh, big bee.
Bee or hornet?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna keep moving.
Where is it?
We picked up the pace to get away from the bees and came to a clearing in the forest.
Yeah, we're really in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, this is a jungle.
If you look at those mountainsides, we're just in that same thickness, only on this side.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, almost there. Yes, we're getting real close to the top now. Woo! My goodness.
Oy. At what point does your body just stop sweating?
Death.
Yeah, I guess.
The mountain views around us were beautiful, but we didn't stop too long to look at them, and instead continued hiking on.
We got another fence up ahead.
Almost there. He said, almost there. 15 minutes ago.
I mean, depending on how you look at 15 minutes is almost there. Considering we've been hiking for 4 hours today. Okay, we made it. Oh, see, almost there.
Almost there.
And we're here. I think so anyway.
Leash check.
Okay. Yeah, leech check.
Oh. Here, move, take 3 steps forward.
That's just an earthworm.
Oh, that's just an earthworm?
Oh, yeah, that scared me.
We continued onward at a steady pace, curious how far ahead the others were.
So, yesterday, we were talking about our plan for today. We've had such good cell signal this entire trip that we were almost ready to just be like, well, once we get there, we can contact each other. We made a plan that in case we didn't have cell signal, we had a meetup point that is still maybe 4 kilometers ahead. And we don't have cell signal right now, so it was actually a really good thing that we did that. I assume that they're sticking to the plan. We're sticking to the plan. And I'm very impressed. They made much more distance than I would have expected.
If they're motivated for the same reasons that we are, maybe they're like, let's get out of this leech-infested forest as fast as we can.
We now came to the open gravel road Bryan and Andrew had stopped at earlier.
Woo! Wow, good to be out of the jungle. We're still on track. Detour route. Phew.
Just a bit further, we came across the porta potties the others had passed by.
I assume Bryan and Andrew came around here.
Here, there was also a large source of potable water, so we had no need to partake in it.
So I brought 3 liters of water yesterday and 3 liters today. Yesterday I was totally fine on water, and today so far I'm totally fine as well. It's looking more and more likely we're just gonna meet up with them at the fallback meeting point, which is fine, but a little surprising. Next stop is Jagata-jizo. Let's take a look at where our meetup point was. Okay, this is where they got off the bus stop. This was our first potential meetup point at the log bridge. This was the high point of this detour pass. That bathroom we just passed was our first potential meetup point. We didn't see them there. They were supposed to just keep going. Our next major landmark is Jagata-jizo. That's the first stamp point of the day. First stamp point of the detour pass. And then our next meetup point is way over here at this gate. So if we don't see them along this, we will see them at that gate.
Cool.
Okay. All right, let's go. Put this away.
There's got to be some significance to that hole there. I wonder if it was another kiln or something. I see some bottles throughout this whole trip. I wonder what they're for.
We now found ourselves back in the forest. We passed by an old building and approached Jagata-jizo.
All right, let's give an offering for this one.
You know what I was wishing for?
Yeah.
All the flies to stop bothering us.
So this statue talks a little bit about saving some of your lunch to ward off malnourishing daru spirits, which are serpent-like spirits that suck you of your energy.
Very appropriate.
Yeah, this fly is...
I will sacrifice some of my lunch to get rid of this fly.
Past the shrine, we grabbed another stamp before continuing on. We now crossed over a narrow bridge that felt a bit precarious.
Whoa.
After crossing over, we passed by an abandoned building in a clearing.
What is this? It almost looks like a camping spot.
This looks like where you pull the Master Sword out.
There's actually a slit in the rock here, or the log.
Go for it, pull it out.
So this is the Yukawa hamlet, the place of the origin of the Yukawa clan. Dates back to the Kamakura to Muromachi and Azuchi Momoyama periods, which is 1185. We got mile markers again. Well, half-kilometer markers. 51.
We're going to 59.
We were now 4 kilometers from the meeting spot.
Yukawa Oji. Visited Kumano in October of 1081. Whoa. This was rebuilt in 1983 though.
Now, we paid our respects at the shrine. And after that, we collected the corresponding stamp.
This is the last uphill that we need to do for the rest of the trip.
Today.
For the trip today.
You know, we haven't seen anybody in a long time. There's 2 people who passed us this morning, and then another group of 3. Nobody else.
It's 11 o'clock right now.
Yeah. So I almost imagine that a lot of people skipped that beginning section with the bus the same way Bryan and Andrew did. I mean, we've been on the right path this whole time. It just doesn't feel like it. Feels a little weird.
In the meantime, Bryan and I continued through the forest, this time on a greatly appreciated downhill.
So after checking the map a bit, I think the couple of uphills we thought were going to be ahead, we might actually be able to bypass because we're doing the detour route, I believe. Once we get to the next bathrooms, it's mostly downhill from there. And so far, it's just been downhill from that last bathroom. So with any luck, the rest of the trail shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, we still got a decent distance to cover, about like, I don't know, 5 or 6 miles. So gonna keep on trudging.
Water rushed below us as we hiked, and nearby, we saw evidence of past human intervention.
So there must have been a pretty decent settlement here, because you can see all of these man-made wall structures or foundations along this hillside here, like even all the way over there. And obviously its proximity to the river, benefits the location. So yeah, this sign says that there's a small settlement named Michinogawa, and there were 17 households in the late 19th century, the early Meiji period. They decided that eventually this place was unsustainable, and they eventually moved everyone to the Kumano Hongu Taisha area. Former residents of this area still come here for local festivals.
As we hiked through the forest, we passed by the rubble of old buildings. Then we came to a vast, sunny clearing.
Holy crap. What is this?
It was likely here, in this spacious opening, that the aforementioned festivals were still held.
From here, we could see the forested hilltops opposite us. Nearby was also a small stream that trickled through scattered stones.
So I'm not 100% sure, but based on the way the terrain looks, this is clearly where they would farm and grow food, but these areas here probably were used for growing rice in the rice fields. Because, yeah, the terrace shape. And then probably as you go up there, where you've got the wooden fences, that's probably where they just grew other things.
All right, I think I'm going to leave Robby and Thomas a small subtle sign that we've been here. Just arrange some sticks into a AA. We'll see if they notice that.
We re-entered the forest, and through the trees we could see a massive concrete dam.
We also saw a Nico frog, also called a montane brown frog.
Meanwhile, Thomas and I continued on, passing by an empty clearing.
There's definitely a structure that used to be here.
It's like terraces here.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to fathom, but if people were hiking this in 1083, that means that this trail has been around for almost 1,000 years. And that's assuming that 1083 was one of the earliest dates. You know, I am legitimately impressed with Bryan and Andrew. For them to have gotten this far ahead, even with a head start, that means they're really moving today. Yeah, one of the two. Maybe Ike at the hostel really gave them a good breakfast. You said we got one more little push out of this forest?
I think so.
I hear people.
I think I do too. Let's keep going. We trudged up one more hill, and we were filled with relief as we came to a paved road.
Oh.
I got a surprise for you.
Okay. Ooh, what's this?
53.
Well, I suppose it's possible. Bryan and Andrew are here. I don't see their packs.
We took a quick look at the nearby shelter, which was packed with the tour group.
Well, still no sign of Bryan or Andrew. This is not our meeting point, so it's no problem, but I just kind of think that they found a bus stop, because for them to get this far ahead seems unlikely. All right.
Significantly cooler in here.
Woo! Very nice.
Now, it was back into the woods, where the trail was thankfully either downhill or flat.
54.
Wanting to keep a steady pace, we kept our heads down and continued trudging through the forest.
Oh my gosh.
Whew. All right, 55. That was a long half kilometer.
Yeah. We've been hiking for almost 6 hours now. Almost 9 miles.
Meanwhile, Andrew and I continued through the woods, and we came across a pair of signs.
We're actually going to go down these stairs down to Hoshimano Oji. And that's where we're going to meet up with the others, and that's where we could potentially bus out if we felt like just busing to the town, but I don't know, we'll see how we feel.
We headed down some cobblestone stairs, which led to a more open area where water flowed through a series of moss-covered concrete canals.
The landscape here made us recall a previous trip we had taken.
When we were in Harper's Ferry and we said the canal kind of looked like Japan, it's kind of what we were talking about, this sort of thing.
Although the bare concrete walls of the canal had an almost brutalist quality to them, they somehow perfectly complemented the untamed, overgrown wilderness surrounding them.
Like the ancient ruins before them, the metal, concrete, and wood that made up these structures would eventually succumb to the forces of nature.
Just as water smooths and erodes stone, everywhere were signs of the forest adapting to and reclaiming human engineering.
So we just ran into two people, Mike and Kyle. They said that Bryan and Andrew were about 20 minutes up ahead. That means it's probably going to be, 30, 40 minutes before we catch up with them. We'll probably meet them at that spot, just as they're getting there. Also, look, there's all these ruins and foundations here. Old bell. Old pond.
Whoa. What is this?
These are the ruins of the
Michinokawa settlement.
Michinokawa settlement. In the late 1900s, it looks like there was some concerns about rapid depopulation in Japan. And so, as part of a government incentive, many of the people here moved out in 1973 to repopulate other areas nearby. Whoa. Where are we now?
I don't know.
As we continued through the grassy clearing, I spotted something exciting on the trail. Oh, we got a message from the guys.
Oh ho ho! Awesome.
Ha! Hey, leave no trace.
That is very exciting. That means we're going to meet up with them soon.
We continued on, and the trail led us away from the sunny opening, returning us to woods.
Oh crap, back into the forest?
Someone's down there. It's just a hiker.
It's not Bryan or Andrew? Okay, another quick update. We just passed another hiker who said Andrew and Bryan went down from that little settlement 2 minutes after her, which means they are getting close.
We now entered the same section of the trail that was crisscrossed by concrete channels. We kept hiking at a steady pace, eager to reunite with the others.
We were still further ahead on the trail and kept hiking onward, pausing occasionally to enjoy the riparian scenery around us.
We soon approached a clearing ahead on the trail where our rendezvous point was.
Meanwhile, we had a distinct feeling that we would soon be seeing the others on the trail.
I don't know if that's them or not, but I thought I saw some shirts. So let's go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything yet, but I'm getting optimistic.
They were by that sign.
Okay.
So,
all right behind you.
We continued onward, picking up the pace a bit in the hopes that we might catch up to the others.
I see somebody. Is that them? It's them. Okay. Are we gonna sneak up on them? Okay.
they're gonna get a backle. He's gonna get a backle.
Brian almost saw me.
When they start walking, let's walk.
Okay. I don't think they see us yet. Okay, go.
Unbeknownst to us, Robby and Thomas were sprinting towards us in the background of this shot.
They didn't see us. Okay. Wait for Andrew to get another shot. And then right when he starts recording, we go, oh, don't move. Okay, let's see us. Wait for it. Go. Hello!
We shouldn't have run.
How exhausted are you guys?
Pretty tired. We need a break at where we were supposed to say we were taking a break.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Pretty good. This guy's so slow. I was filming.
Andrew's slow?
Because he's filming, he got like 20 shots of the river.
Dude, I was amazed at the progress you guys are making.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like, even with the head start, I was surprised, like, your typical pace. Andrew, you look like you've literally been swimming.
Oh yeah, this is soaked.
Our clothes have been literally soaked since we started, and it's not gonna dry off.
You guys got a frontal just now. We tried to like run into it, but Andrew stopped recording before we could.
I was like, I know that orange shirt anyway.
Oh, Andrew, your ankle.
Oh yeah, I got a leech on me.
There was a leech.
There's a leech.
Yeah.
Did you guys get leeches?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, we just got a leech.
One right
Although
here.
it didn't bleed like that, damn.
No, damn, dude.
I think that's the sweat. The sweat is just making it look bad. It's so weird. Where did the leeches come from?
The ground.
We found crabs.
Oh, really?
Multiple crabs, yeah. Like, they're real. All the stories you've heard, they're all true.
All the one stories.
So on the ground, there's two types of spiny balls. One is chestnut, which we saw yesterday, and the other is a tree much more familiar to the US, which is sweet gum. I don't know if it's the exact same species, I'm sure it's something different, but the seeds and the leaves all look the same. But it's a bit hazardous if you're going barefoot, but none of us are, so should be good.
If you're going barefoot in this leech forest, good on you, dude.
Me and Thomas decided that any forest that has leeches and crabs is automatically a jungle.
Yeah, no, this feels like a jungle.
For
it sounds
sure.
like it too.
Did you guys stop and rest at that one bathroom that had a nice little sitting area? Barely.
There's a big tour group there.
Oh, right. If you guys had walked in there, you probably would have seen our butt spots on the benches still.
All right, so this is the bathroom where we were rendezvousing. So.
Oh, yeah, so we basically rendezvoused.
Yeah. Woo-wee.
Want to take a sitter?
Let's take a full sitter.
Were you guys just huffing it the whole way?
Yeah, we were booking as hard as we could.
Finally reunited, we all sat down to rest and enjoy some snacks.
Woo! Oh. So this is you guys' first break?
Mm-hmm. Like first substantial break.
Man, this morning we got on the bus and we saw us pass you guys and go twice the distance you had already gone, and we're like, oh man.
So me and Thomas have hiked 6 hours and 17 minutes, 11.31 miles according to my watch.
Wow.
Which is more than we did all day yesterday. Not time-wise, but distance-wise.
Yeah, we were saying, Robbie and I overestimated your ability.
No, we overestimated our abilities and underestimated yours.
Yeah. There were some brutal uphills.
I thought we were going really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm impressed. I feel like you guys maintained a good pace.
Oh, you guys didn't see the double A I left at the settlement, did you?
You did?
Oh, nice. Back together again.
Yeah, this is Shitori Choco, which I thought meant moist chocolate. Like, they seem very hard. Are these just old? Maybe it means crispy.
Did you guys just notice the leeches?
We had the leeches before you even got to the bus stop.
But you noticed them on your own, or? Because we were like hiking uphill, and then we got to the top of that like pine forest area, and then the guys from Michigan were like, "You have a leech on you." I was like,
Oh yeah, I texted you guys, watch out for leeches.
Oh, yeah?
We didn't get that.
Yeah, I'm so glad we made a meetup
plan.
Yeah, because we didn't have signal like the whole day. Still don't.
I mean, it's funny how it all worked out anyway, but
yeah,
it's definitely good we made that plan. Anyone want some animal cookies?
Yeah, do you want some Shitori chocolate? That's got to be crispy. These are not moist, they're crispy.
Not bad.
I haven't had animal crackers.
Oh, those chocolates are really good.
Yeah, those chocolates are very good. They are kind of moist, weirdly.
Well, I did not realize how hungry I was until just now. I feel all the hunger pains.
One of the uphills, we just beasted through it because they were just like bees buzzing around us the whole time.
Oh yeah.
That was a break I needed so badly. Good God.
Can't imagine all that you guys went through on top of the hike we just did.
Well, it's funny because you look like you've been through a lot.
Just that bloody leech, literally.
It's just nice that the last 2 miles were pretty relaxing. Otherwise, we probably would have been way more tired.
We passed by the concrete dam and found our way to Funatama Jinja.
Here, red torii gates mark the entrance to the shrine, which was guarded by the statues of foxes, or kitsune.
While we hiked on, we discussed the journey so far.
So were you guys surprised that we hadn't met up with you earlier?
At first I was a little surprised because I thought you guys would make quick work, but the further we got along, the more I was like, got a pretty decent head start with that bus.
I was surprised only after I found out you guys didn't really take any breaks. I did stop Andrew every so often and be like, if they pass us, we would have to see them, right? There's no other way they could get in front of us. I was like, oh, maybe they're just waiting at Hoshiman Oji somehow.
I kept like postulating. I was like, okay, maybe they went and took a bus. Okay, maybe they passed us somehow. Okay, maybe they never made it up.
They're just still sleeping at the guest house.
We're like, oh crap, we have to bus all the way to Hoshiman Oji.
Once I saw the AA on the ground, I was like, yes, I've got the energy left to do this.
Yeah, in hindsight, we should have left a sign sooner, like maybe at that top toilet, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't really think about it.
We probably wouldn't have found it, so that's all right.
Yeah.
We spotted a Japanese skink on our way to the next trail junction.
This is where we go, right? Onahana Oji?
Uh-huh, yep.
The path led us off the road and into the woods yet again, where we collected another stamp at Inohana Oji.
Here, stone pillars stood near a small statue of a monk, surrounded by a pile of rocks.
We were about 7 kilometers, or over 4 miles away from the town where we were staying for the night. The trail twisted and turned around small hillsides, leading us through tangles of trees, before finally leading us back to the road we had started on.
Could we have just done the road the whole way? Probably. Oh, you know what? We had to get the shrine though.
Yeah. Brian's like, I've already not done the entire trail. I don't need to be a purist.
Right. One thing I will say is that these trails are very clearly marked. It is like very nice to have all these clear signs.
We passed by some interesting geology as we hiked, and in the distance, we also spotted some man-made structures dug into the hillsides.
The trail again changed from an easy, flat road to a steep uphill trudge through the forest.
In the distance, we saw signs of civilization through the trees.
61.
The path that led us to Hoshinman Oji, a large shrine along a road. This shrine is sometimes considered a gate of awakening of the aspiration to enlightenment, and marks the outermost entrance to Hongu Taisha, where one of the grand shrines of the Kumano Kodo resides.
We grabbed another stamp from the shrine, and after taking some time to rest up a bit, we continued along the road.
Here, we entered a more developed area.
Okay, interestingly, we have two different versions of the map. One says there's a vending machine up ahead, the other does not. Unfortunately, it looks like the newer one. Unfortunately, it looks like the newer one says there is no vending machine, so I don't know, we'll find out.
Oh, could be. I see a house.
That looks promising.
Little vending machine over there.
We passed by another trail marker and excitedly made our way to the vending machines.
Start getting your drink orders ready now. Oh, the bus. You know, if a bus comes in like the next 30 minutes, we can consider it. Woo, I'm starting off with orange.
Oh yeah, that orange one looks good.
Chungus.
The left is. Cheers.
Cheers.
Reunification.
Reunification day.
Man, that's good. Oh, there's like icy bits in here.
Oh, it's pulp.
It's pulp. Can I try a little bit?
Pulp.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
That's a good choice.
Damn, that's fizzy.
Yeah. Should mix those two. Pour a little in here. More. I'll share. I'll share with you.
More.
Okay.
Too much.
Near the vending machines, we saw some planted hydrangea bushes with strikingly colorful flowers. There were also some delicately pink hibiscus flowers.
And a little down the way was another interesting plant.
You know, are these persimmons again?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, these look like more of the fuyu variety, which are flatter and a bit crunchier, also tasty, but the longer, softer ones are my favorite.
Look at these scare tigers. Well, those are actually pretty scary. If I were a rabbit. Nice little town.
Yeah. Wow. I can see how Zelda got its inspiration.
After passing through this quaint rural town, we came across a small shrine with another statue of a bodhisattva sitting on a lotus flower.
The statue depicted Prince Shotoku, who reigned from 593 to 622, and who was a devout supporter of Buddhism.
We passed by stands of cedar trees interspersed with thick bamboo.
The path led us to another small town, complete with a beautiful view.
It was amazing to think how far we had traveled so far.
Maybe this is kind of the whole point, but all I know now is walking. I've been walking for so long today, and for so far. It just seems like that's my entire existence.
Further into town, we saw a man-made pond with koi and goldfish swimming inside.
pollinators took advantage of the various flowers that had been planted along the road. We continued following the path through the beautiful rural town.
We passed by an old field of lotus plants, as well as a roadside stand with carved wooden totems.
We also saw a statue of a three-legged crow, a symbol in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese mythology that has become the symbol of the Kumano Kodo.
We continued following the paved path and came to another half-kilometer marker. We had 11 more markers before reaching our destination for tonight.
Cedar trees towered above us as we continued down the small road.
Well, these seem to be the same cedar trees that we've seen in other areas, and I believe they have been planted a long time ago just to reforest the hillsides, if I'm not mistaken.
But eventually, the trail led us out of the forest and into an open area that almost felt like a suburban neighborhood, complete with neatly manicured lawns.
Just off the trail was a curious sight that added to the feeling of being in a surreal suburban neighborhood.
I mean, this looks like a swimming pool, but ain't nobody swimming in that.
All of these environments feel like something my brain would come up with in a dream, you know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean, Andrew. The routes here almost look like they don't make sense. Like, you're like, how could this connect to that, you know?
Strange as it was, we were still on track. Up ahead was another stamp to collect for the Minshuku Oji shrine.
Further ahead on the trail was an out-of-place looking pavilion. We decided to head to it to take a breather.
As it turns out, these were the abandoned grounds of the Misato Elementary School, and they just so happened to be a few meters from the Minshuku Oji.
6
kilometers.
75 minus 67.
We got 6 kilometers.
The sounds and sights of summer, combined with the strange aesthetic of the abandoned pavilion, added to the dreamlike feeling of this place.
Eventually, we got a move on, though we were taken aback by how little distance we had covered compared to what it felt like.
They're like 5 kilometers in a mile. There's only there's not even 2.
It really felt like we had been walking since time immemorial.
I walk, therefore I am.
I'm Ken. My job is walking.
Oh yeah.
My job is beach.
Yeah.
With a relaxed downhill trail through the woods, we started covering a decent amount of distance, passing by various small shrines as we went from one distance post to the next.
And as we approached the forest edge, I spotted a familiar but surprising plant.
I would not have expected to see this in Japan. These are pawpaw trees. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's certainly the climate for them, but I didn't know they grew here, and I don't even know if they're native or not. I'll let the narrator fill us in.
Doesn't look like a good location for fruiting, though.
Yeah.
Too much shade.
That's crazy.
As it turns out, in some rural parts of Japan, people have simply taken up growing pawpaw for its fruits. They're native to our hometown in the Midwest, but are introduced in Japan.
We were nearing another shrine with a stamp. But first, we had to pass through another small town. Here, there was some sort of kiosk with piles of lumber.
And a tour group followed us as we hiked and observed some of the plants growing here.
It's so cool seeing all the different wild edibles growing in these towns. On one of those hedges, we had some wild chives growing. Actually, I don't know if they're wild or planted. They very well may be planted.
All sorts of herbaceous plants and flowers grew in the nooks and crannies of this town.
As we made our way through the sun-soaked village, we were treated to a view of the forested hills.
And further up on the street was a small stand selling homemade ume, or pickled plums.
We continued hiking. Up ahead was another ume stand next to a vending machine. And it seemed someone had dropped a coin below a grate in the street.
We could get that.
A coin or two.
We could easily get that.
100. None of this animal goes to waste.
We donated the loose change to the ume stand, then bought some drinks.
How's that Fanta?
Normally, if you put a Fanta in front of me, I'll be like, meh. Put a Fanta in front of me now, I'm like, yes.
Dragonflies darted about in the hedges along the street, adding to the tranquil summer atmosphere of this rural town.
That scarecrow looks like the one from Nier. Emil.
As we meandered on through the town, we also came across some resting goats.
Also nearby was a helpful sign showing where we were and how much we had left to hike.
So this says where we are right now. It says Hongu Taisha. That's where we're going. It says about how long? 4 kilometers. That's close, right?
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's like 2.6 miles or something.
What's another 4 kilometers after 9 hours of hiking?
Although the town was quite beautiful, we had entered a trance-like state where all we could focus on was putting one foot in front of the other.
I have reached a state of something. I don't think it's nirvana or anything. There is no more desire left in me. Wait, that is nirvana, isn't it? It's not true. I desire to not be walking still.
The trail passed through a small meadow where an empty stand had been set up.
This looks like a fun little shop when it's open.
Further up was a kiosk with another stamp situated next to a cafe. We took a moment to rest, then checked out the Fushiogami Oji shrine that was just up a small nearby hill.
Some colorful russula mushrooms grew from the soil a few feet from the shrine.
We continued on, where we saw a cooler full of water bottles for sale.
Oh, it is cold. Made in Japan. Pure forest.
After that, we continued on, now just 3 kilometers from town. The path led us back into the forest, which greeted us with flat, easy terrain.
I will say this is a great final leg of the trail. Like as far as the softness of the ground, this is very flat, very soft. Nice little smooth welcome into town.
This is even nicer than a paved road. Softer and everything.
Here and there, we passed by small little shrines, and we also saw a log covered in small, colorful Ganoderma mushrooms.
You know what's funny about the end of a long hike? Is that by the end of it, you literally don't care what anything looks like, how beautiful anything is. You're like, I don't care anymore. I don't have the energy to care. Although fortunately, this section of the forest is basically just the trail, so I don't feel like I'm missing anything.
I know we talked about this earlier, but it's a very kind ending so far. Just soft, steady steps.
We now passed over a well-constructed bridge. Our destination wasn't much further now.
Dare I dream that it's only 2.1 kilometers? Is it true?
We passed through a modest wooden gate before continuing through the woods.
Though we were nearing our destination, it seemed the trail still had some uphill left for us. But these well-built cobblestone steps made it a little easier on the feet. And soon, we were only 1.5 kilometers away, just under a mile out.
Okay, what's the state of our morale right now?
I think we're all exhausted. I have every right to be exhausted. You guys have even more every right to be exhausted.
I'm in a state where if I stand still, the pain is just going to set in. So I'm keeping my legs bent and just walking.
State of morale?
Negative.
Okay, slight offshoot for a lookout point. We got to do it. It's one of those things that if we don't go, we won't know what we've missed. If we do go, we either have a spectacular failure and there's nothing to see, or we get a view of the gate that we're going to see anyway, and it's probably going to be not as good of a view.
After 15 miles, there's no avoiding cynicism.
It's like, is the glass half empty or half full? There is no glass. You are in the desert with no water. Looking grim.
Not looking good, Bob.
Nope. Not looking great. Something up here, maybe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Whoa, oh. Okay, this might have been worth it.
Oh, ho, ho!
Holy cow.
That is huge.
Oh, yeah. Watch out, there's spiders.
What?
That is a very big torii gate. That is a sight to behold.
We gazed upon Hongu Taisha's Otorii, or Great Gate, which is the largest torii gate in the entire world.
Oh man. Wow, that view is the most I've ever felt like I've been in a video game.
Oh.
Like that is so just straight out of a painting or something.
No, it's unbelievable.
You know, I see why they made today the hardest day. It's because you finish and you see that and you're like, oh, it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was worth it, baby.
I didn't really know what to expect in terms of the view and the torii gate, but it's a spectacular view. It's amazing.
Well, I hope we get to walk right through that. It feels very deserved at this point.
Oh yeah. Funny part is we probably could have driven to there.
Hit a bus for sure.
Wouldn't feel like this though.
That's true.
I'll tell you that.
Dead inside?
Well, you gotta be dead to get that rejuvenation.
You gotta die first in order to experience life.
Now, we got ready to finish the final leg of today's journey to Hongu.
As we neared the town, the dirt path was replaced with cobblestones. On our way, we passed by a small cemetery nestled among the cedars.
And finally, the path led back out into the open.
Oh, we can see the town. Fantastic. 0.4 kilometers. Oh man, we're so close. We're so close that when we get there, I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself. Maybe just sit for a good minute.
A narrow stone staircase led down to the streets of the town, into the middle of an unassuming-looking residential area.
That's where we came from. Pretty unassuming-looking little set of stairs.
Now, we were fully surrounded by civilization. Situated along the street was another distance marker. We had finally made it to our final marker of the day.
As we strolled ahead, we collected another stamp at the kiosk situated near the back entrance of Hongu Taisha, one of the 3 grand shrines of Kumano, which we would be visiting the next day.
But we still had a ways left to go before we got to the hostel. So for now, we continued on our way.
And as we descended the slope to another section of the town, we saw the giant torii gate towering in the distance.
Now, we continued our search for our hostel.
We're definitely well into town at this point.
Oh, we were supposed to make a left.
You know what? That backtracks a little bit. They both backtrack. Let's see if we can just cut straight through. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, they said to check in over here, but I think the actual place is somewhere else. Okay, we'll go check in, and we will check back in with you after that.
The town bustled all around as we got checked in. Eventually, our host took us back across the street to show us our arrangements for the evening.
So we only have one shower, so here, you just press this green button, just turn it on, get a hot water, it comes in. Okay. This basket, the PB Jerry, for the break. Yeah.
From the living room, we headed upstairs to our sleeping quarters.
I don't think I want to dirty up my bed yet.
Some nice privacy.
Back downstairs, I decided to sample some of the complimentary snacks left out for guests.
And our host had also given us some simple victuals for the journey ahead.
Okay, we got a nice little basket of goodies. 2 slices of bread, 4 slices of bread, 4 yogurts, and 4 bananas. That's some nice hostile food right there.
These are pretty good.
I'll try that later. Let's go eat. Ready to eat? Ready to eat? Ready to eat? Ready to eat?
Yeah.
I'm getting no response here.
Ready to eat, but not ready to move.
Okay, we can wait for a minute.
After vegging out for a bit, we headed out to find food.
Okay, well, lightening our packs at least.
Yeah.
Feel way better.
So exhausted, but I'm so glad that I'm here now. Suffering is temporary. It's so hard to remember that, though.
As we headed down the street, we passed by the front entrance of the Kumano Hongu Taisha Grand Shrine. Here, a wooden torii gate stood tall, and nearby, paper chochin lanterns glowed in the evening sunlight.
We continued down the street, passing by the massive Otorii, as we made our way to a local ramen shop.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We've been to a place like this where you put your ticket order into the machine, put your coins in, and then it just pops out the order. Pretty great. Robby had gone back to the inn to grab some stuff, but he eventually got caught up with us. Okay. We order here.
Oh, you ordered already?
I didn't order yet.
Inside, Bryan and Thomas were already seated, laughing at the jokes the ramen chefs were making.
She's a model? We all got situated, and the chefs got to work making our bowls of ramen. Up first were Bryan and Thomas's bowls.
Oh man, that looks fantastic. How was it?
It's great.
You definitely earned this today, Thomas.
We all did.
Good work.
We all did. Was it 18 miles?
17.61 according to my watch.
I told him we hiked 21 kilometers.
While we enjoyed our ramen, the next two bowls were being put together.
To go along with our noodles was some cool, crisp soda. Now, it was finally time to dig in.
This is going to be the best bite of food I've ever had. I can feel it.
Oishii. Hontoni oishii desu.
Oishii.
This is the best ramen I've ever had in my life. Actually, though. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So we got this pork bowl. It's got some pork, pickled greens, Kewpie mayo, some scallions on top.
I'm glad you ordered this and not me, because I don't think I can eat that much.
Wow. With all the flavors combining, it almost has like a very cheesy flavor to it, almost. Very umami. It's like the mayo mixed with the pickled greens and the scallions. Or my taste buds are broken, but it tastes good either way.
Dude, there's nothing like a rice bowl to really satisfy. My noodles are fantastic, but man, you just get a giant bowl of rice, put anything on it, and I'll go.
After our amazing meal, we explored around and made our way to the giant torii gate.
What is this? This looks kind of terrifying.
Kinda.
Yeah, there's no railing.
Just don't fall.
After crossing over the strange bridge, we now entered Oyunohara, the original site of the Hongu Taisha Grand Shrine.
After several of the buildings had been destroyed in a flood in the late 1800s, the remaining buildings were moved to their present location elsewhere in the town. Now, we searched around for the giant torii gate that still stood on this site.
Dude, where is it? It's so big and I haven't found it yet.
And then, through the trees, we saw the gate standing majestically above.
At 34 meters or 111 feet high, the torii gate was an impressive sight to behold.
It had been a wild hike through the mountains and forests to get here, and finally, the days-long journey had come to an end. But we still had a great adventure ahead of us on the final 2 days of the Kumano Kodo.
Our beds. Thomas up there, Bryan up there.
So Bryan showering first. Pick a number between
4. Some ice cream in this.
What is it, Haagen-Dazs? Ooh, nice and melted. We should got more cold drinks from that store. What fools we are. Oh, is there one?
This is Japan. There's a vending machine on every corner.
It's true.
In the city.
Even in a rural country town.
I don't think I've ever needed a shower more in my life than right now.
You should have group showers. Actually, that'd be, I don't know how it would feel.
At this point, like, when you reach a certain point, it's like, you don't care about anything anymore.
Yeah.
You're like, I will take a shower butt naked with the President of the United States. Does not matter.
Okay. What a hike.
We awoke 6:15 for our third day of hiking. After getting our snacks and gear sorted out, we headed out the door.
Outside, an overcast sky, misty mountains, and a light drizzle greeted us.
To keep ourselves cool in the summer weather, we decided to try out hiking with umbrellas.
But before hitting the trail, there was one more thing we had to do. Visit Hongu Taisha, the grand shrine found in this town.
And wouldn't you know, the first thing that we encountered was a long set of stone stairs.
After the past 2 days of hiking up and down steep mountain slopes, it wasn't the most welcoming sight. But the Hongu Taisha Grand Shrine is one of the 3 grand shrines on the Kumano Kodo and a must-see for any hiker on this trail.
We now entered the main grounds of the shrine, which contained multiple structures, including 3 pavilions made of natural, unfinished materials.
Bronze caps accented the ornamentation of the roof of the shrine. Today, they stood out even more starkly against dark, rain-soaked wood.
After paying our respects, we wandered around the shrine complex, took in the serene scenery, and collected another stamp.
But hiking up and down the stairs had brought to surface a nagging pain in Bryan's knee.
Somewhere during yesterday's hike, I seem to have mildly injured my leg. Nevertheless, we headed to the station where a bus would take us to the start of today's trail. Here, we could discuss our plan while waiting.
After some deliberation, we decided it would be best if Bryan sat out today's hike and took the bus to the next town.
Yeah, it's one thing just being tired and sore, but I don't want anyone to get injured or end up with an injury because of this stuff. That is not what we're here for.
At the end of the day, it just wasn't worth risking a chronic injury just to partake in a single day of hiking.
And so, while we waited for the bus to pick us up, we took one last look at the giant torii gate.
In the rice fields nearby, a white heron and great blue heron searched for food.
After a little while longer, the bus arrived at the stop. It was the last bus that went to the start of the trail. Now, I would be splitting up with the others to give my knee some time to recover.
Hey, Bryan. We said our farewells and boarded the bus.
From the Hongu Taisha Mae bus stop, we would take a short ride to the Ukegawa bus stop, where we would start our hike.
With the crew split up and the rainy conditions, we were all feeling a bit of apprehension about today's hike.
We arrived at our stop and disembarked. Outside, the mountain scenery and fresh air helped to raise our spirits a bit.
From the bus stop, we had a short jaunt through the small rural town. At the edge of town, we came to our first distance marker of the day and our second stamp, which denoted a nearby oji, or small shrine. And then it was up a set of stairs and back into the mountains.
After the initial uphill surge, the trail eased up, and we started making quick progress along the Kumano Kodo.
We passed one distance marker after the other, and were shocked at how rapidly we were covering distance on the trail, thanks to the flat terrain.
In the damp weather conditions, we spotted a couple of mushrooms, including something that looked like a chanterelle, but upon closer inspection of its gills, may have been a poisonous look-alike. On the ground, I also spotted some sort of white amanita mushroom, which might have been Amanita virginioides.
We passed by more distance markers, which indicated that we had blazed through the first 2 kilometers of the trail.
Are we sure that these are just a half a kilometer away from each other? Because
We are booking it today.
Booking it.
Those flat trails are so good.
Yeah.
And up ahead, Andrew spotted another mushroom.
This looks like some sort of a white woody or fungus. Kind of reminds me of a cauliflower mushroom back home. But again, I don't know the species out here that well, but if I were to guess, I guess that was an edible one.
We had thought that maybe the rain would deter the leeches, but alas.
There was one on my sock just now.
I pulled it off and you could just see it wrangling around trying to grab something.
Yeah. Normally I'd be like, I really want to enjoy the trail and see everything there is to see, but today if we get done before noon, I'll be perfectly happy.
You know, as weird as it seems, there's something I actually kind of enjoy about hiking in the rain when that's all you have to do. Like filming kind of sucks in it, but when you're drenched anyway, and you can just get in the zen zone and just keep moving, it's not too bad.
We passed by another trail marker and saw what looked like a giant clump of spit in the dirt.
I would guess some sort of like a spittlebug nest, but I'm not sure.
We continued through the rain, now having hiked 3.5 kilometers.
47. Good progress.
Just incredible progress today.
30.
We now entered a stand of cedars, whose branches carpeted the ground beneath.
As we walk, you can smell the smell of the pines just emanating from the needles.
Now, the trail descended into a flat area carpeted with vegetation. These were the remains of the Matsuhata tea house, which stood here in the 1800s.
It's hard to find any ruins. I see a metal thing and a little broken teapot, but everything else is covered in ferns.
So it says this whole flat area was linked to that flat area up there with that staircase.
There's some stone blocks here. That might have been part of the tea house.
A little further on the trail were some stone tablets and another trail marker.
Dude, unbelievable progress today.
This is crazy, yeah. This is the break we all needed for tomorrow's hike.
We continued through the foggy forest, where the trail now started ascending into a steeper incline. Up ahead, we entered a hilly area filled with small cascades of water.
After some more uphill, we came to another trail marker.
That one felt pretty long.
Yeah, that one felt substantial.
And just ahead was a marker denoting the high point of this trail, just next to the peak of Mount Nyoho. We decided to take a snack break here.
So the hostel dude gave us a bag with 4 yogurts, 4 slices of bread, and 4 bananas. And then he was like, there's peanut butter and jelly in the fridge, feel free to use it. And I was like, okay.
I don't know why, but right now a PB&J sounds so unappealing to me.
You know, it does sound appealing. Mystery chips, because I can't read Japanese here.
You're like banana ocelot.
I've never eaten a banana on this trail before. Have you? You?
I don't think so.
Have you?
After our break, we paid respects to the mountains, then continued on our way.
Up ahead, Andrew spotted some vibrant red mushrooms sprouting from the soil.
Whoa, that was just on the ground?
Yeah, this one got knocked over. I'm not 100% sure. I think this might be a type of Amanita species that doesn't have the specks on top. I really don't know what these are, but they're really vibrant and beautiful. And you can see this comes from an egg, or in mycology terms, a vulva. So this would have been really small and it bursts out of this sort of egg area. And in most Amanitas, that's what leaves the little flecks on the top.
It turns out these were Amanita caesaroids, or Caesar's mushroom, which is actually an edible species.
Mushrooms stood all around us as we continued through the foggy, forested mountains.
We passed by a modest waterfall, and the path led us up a steep incline leading to a bright opening.
At the top, we were treated with a breathtaking view of the misty hills surrounding us.
This is... I half expect to see a dragon just flying through these hills right now. This is incredible.
This is the place to see the dragon.
The feeling of zen that we had while standing in the light rain, surrounded by mystical mountains, was perfectly encapsulated by the small Jizo statue that had been erected nearby.
Now, we continued on.
That was pretty much the high point right there. We'll have to do a little uphill in a bit, but it's kind of flat now, and then we'll do a sharp decline and head into the village.
I remember looking at the map, and 43 is where the smooth coasting happens. Well, it's been pretty smooth already.
As we continued along the trail, we decided to try and check in with Bryan to see how he was doing.
Okay, so we have really solid signal, and Bryan said that we'll easily get there before him. And he also took the time to map out a route for us from Ukegawa bus stop to Koguchi, where we're going on all trails, so we can see exactly where we are. Thank you, Bryan. It's very helpful. It looks like we are just about halfway there, maybe a little under.
Nice.
Thank you, Bryan.
While the others had been hiking, I was stuck in Hongu, waiting for the bus that could take me to the next town, which wouldn't arrive for a long while.
All right, well, there they go. It's point of no return. So now I just got to figure out what I'm going to do for the next 5 hours. Yep.
To pass the time, I explored the Kumano Hongu Heritage Center, which had a diagram of the old Grand Shrine before it had moved locations.
So, in an effort to not waste this entire day, I'm going to go check out the giant torii gate again and look around in the inner areas that we kind of passed by last night because we didn't really have much time. Let's go check it out. The sounds out here in the countryside are just absolutely so peaceful. The crickets, the birds. I could really see the appeal of coming to live out in the country in Japan.
Hiking past the giant torii gate, I came across a tsukubai, or a wash basin, which had a model of a three-legged crow, the symbol of the Kumano Kodo. There was also a stone slab denoting the area as a World Heritage Site. Further in was an area to make an offering.
I gave an offering to the shrine, praying for Robby, Andrew, and Thomas to have a safe hike today.
Despite the sudden change in plans, there was definitely an upside to having the time to really take in these sacred grounds.
So last night we were in a bit of a rush to beat the sunset, so I didn't really get to enjoy the serenity and the beauty of this area. Really, really calming.
In the meantime, we continued along the trail at a good pace.
42. Not much longer. I'm really curious what these little side trails are for, because it's not the Kumano Kodo. I wonder if at one time there was like a little area to rest for the pilgrimage or something. Interesting.
Eventually, the path led us to a street crossing, where the opening in the canopy let in some bright light.
Funny what a boost to your morale something like this is.
You know what else is? 6.6 kilometers.
Oh, baby. That's like 3 or 4 miles or so. On the forest floor ahead, I spotted some small mushrooms. Now these little guys are, in fact, chanterelles. In the US, there's a species called Cantarellus minor. I don't know if this is exactly that, but on the underside, you can see that these gills are not in fact gills, but little wrinkly ridges. And that's how you know that this is an edible species. Now, of course, especially in a foreign country, you want to make sure you know for sure that something's edible before eating it, but I'm 99% sure about this. Amid the leaf litter, the small mushrooms popped up with their bright neon orange coloring. One thing about the rain is the droplets will hit the leaves on the ground and make them bounce. And every time I see that, I think there's a leech waiting to grasp my ankle.
Up ahead, we came to a large pile of rocks in front of another Jizo statue. It's a
Bodhisattva?
Bodhisattva, a being that compassionately refrains from entering nirvana in order to save others.
Before moving on, we contributed our own small addition to the pile of rocks. And then we came to a different kind of trail marker.
All right, we're coming up on a 5K now.
Yeah.
You guys ready to
That's 3 miles, wow.
walk a 5K in the rain?
I'm ready.
Down a mountain?
Let's do it.
That's less than an hour, right? I don't know. For sure less than an hour.
Past the distance marker was a small pavilion at the site of the remains of the Ishirojaya tea house. A granite poem monument also stood here.
I wish there was a vending machine up here. Get another coffee.
That'd be great.
All right, let's see if we can get Bryan on the horn. Bryan will probably be like, I wanted to save data. I didn't need to talk to you guys.
Video call to Bryan did not go through, but we can try again in a bit. But first, some cookies. Pink.
Cocoa chips.
We're good.
Chips Ahoy.
You know, one nice thing about being the last person on every trail is everybody's already gone from the rest stops by the time we get there.
This is pretty great. These are milk wafers with calcium. Kind of just tastes like vanilla. Hopefully it'll strengthen the bones. Milk flavored for you.
Have you guys found that sleep has been coming to you very easily every night?
Yes. Under normal circumstances, I could not have slept in that heat. And then I think it just the tiredness knocked me out. And then about like 4 a.m., I woke up, I was like, ooh, I'm kind of cold.
This has been a nice little easy hike. I think this was like a much needed break for all of us. Gonna get to that town early.
Have a whole afternoon to just relax.
Tomorrow maybe we get up really early because
We'll all probably need a substantial amount of time to get up that hill.
Yeah. After chilling out for a bit, we noticed Bryan had at least received some of our text messages.
While we rested, we collected another stamp. We were about to head out, but decided to give ourselves a little bit more time to relax, given how much distance we had already covered.
This is the first real break I've taken on this entire trail. Is that right?
Yeah. We stopped a little bit here to look at the views, but never actually took our packs off to sit down on something.
Yeah. It's much needed.
Yeah.
How long have we been here? Like 20 minutes?
Maybe, probably.
Not long enough. This feels very nice.
This is very peaceful.
Trying to estimate how difficult tomorrow is going to be. Some of us have placed it as one of the hardest hikes we'll ever do. Then some of us are like, it's going to be tough, but not that tough. So we shall see.
I'm preparing mentally for the worst.
Always prepare for the worst.
But I'm also going to try to be in this moment and enjoy the lack of suffering that I have now. Just only now.
Eventually, it was time to move on. We passed by the sign marking the ruins of this tea house.
You know, I got a theory. We've been seeing these broken pots since we started this hike, and we've been trying to figure out what they are. Do you think that they are teapots that people have broken to pay homage to the tea houses that were at a certain location?
That makes sense. Interestingly, this location was known for its high-quality whetstones used to sharpen knives.
As we hiked, we noticed a change in the weather we hadn't been accustomed to.
I think this might be the first time this entire trip I felt a little chilly. Besides in the air conditioning.
Yeah, yesterday I was saying, what does winter feel like? I can't even fathom winter right now. And this is just like the faintest hint of like maybe a little bit of chill.
It's so hard to grasp that what you're experiencing right now is all there is. The pain and suffering you experience is temporary, because it's like when it's cold and wintry, I have no idea what this stuff feels like. And vice versa. And when I'm going uphill, I have no idea what this sort of trail feels like. 38. I'm gonna restack these rocks for good luck. There we go. Balanced.
We passed by more shrines with coins scattered around them. Through the trees, we could see distant, misty mountains as we hiked along the trail.
And further up was a sign of caution posted on a tree.
Landslides can occur.
It looked like something happened here.
Yikes. As long as it isn't raining, we should be good.
The path brought us up a short but steep hill. At the top, a hobbled-together sign informed us that we were 466 meters from Sakura Pass.
Before long, we reached the pass with the corresponding poem monument. We were now just 3.8 kilometers, or 2.3 miles, from the town of Koguchi.
So we've actually been hiking for 4 hours already, and we've done a little under 6 miles. And it's 1 o'clock now, and the sun sets so early here that it already feels like we're kind of nearing the end of the day. I guess we got started so early yesterday that it makes a little bit of sense that it already feels so late.
In little time, we were already at the next distance marker, where the stone foundation of an old tea house lay. The tea house was used into the early 1900s. In its place, a covered rest area now sits nearby.
But we had had enough rest, so we continued on through the pouring rain.
You know, whoever has a Adventure Archives bingo card, you should always put rain on your center block.
Yeah, that's the free space. We passed by another shrine, and up ahead on the trail was a treacherous decline. These rocks are very slick right now. You just have to step between them. Just about a mile.
So one of the detriments to wearing waterproof shoes is that when the water gets in from the top, it can't escape out in a puddle. Oh, maybe not much there. There it is.
Oh, yep.
It's all in my socks.
My dad told me that one of his friends from France once said that American coffee tastes like sock juice.
Anyone want to test? Not me. The forest canopy opened up further down the trail, exposing us to the bright but overcast sky.
Wow.
We came to another marker, where I spotted something interesting.
So I just realized something is that we hiked Mount Kumotori, and right here, this says small Kumotori. And then this is Goe, which I just think means pass.
Huh.
So small cloud-taking pass, which I guess makes sense from the views that we've seen, especially today, right now, when we're just walking through a rain cloud.
Although today's hike had been relatively easy, treacherous sections like this, combined with the rainy conditions, reassured us that we had made the right decision to not bring Bryan with us in his injured state.
As we hiked onward, Andrew had one of his own observations about the writing on the signs.
I just realized that the do in Kodo is like the same as in Jeet Kune Do or in Judo and stuff. It means way.
It's also the same character as the Tao in Taoism.
In fact, Kumano Kodo can be translated literally to bare, wild, ancient road. And nearby, Andrew noticed another mushroom.
Yeah, that's another one of those poisonous amanitas. It's got a bunch of flaky speckle stuff on the cap. And I imagine as it grows, those will kind of spread out and look a little more like the speckles on, you know, the mushrooms you're used to seeing.
Like Mario mushrooms?
Yeah. Except it's all white, obviously. That sort of coloration and pattern of pieces is usually a really good sign that that's going to kill you if you eat it.
The terrain kept changing, and we are now at a flat, almost dam-like path.
And there's just a swampy area here.
There's like a tiny deer skull or something here.
Whoa, what is that?
If we hadn't been so close to town, we might have taken the skull as an ominous portent.
But luckily, the trail was flat and easy, and we had even gotten an update from Bryan.
And he's still doing okay at the bus stop. Daryl said that dinner at this place is at a set time, usually between 5 and 6, so hopefully, well, he should get there before then, so we can all have dinner together.
Up ahead was yet another trail marker, the last we would see before reaching civilization.
We're at 30, which means the town is just around the corner, hopefully. I know the 29 is south of the town, so we are at least less than a half kilometer.
By far and away the easiest day. Yeah, despite the rain, which is unfortunate because this is the one day I think Bryan could have enjoyed the hike a little bit more. That injury. Okay, we have made it to the town, it seems like. Some houses up ahead.
Just gotta slide down these treacherous wet boulders first.
Guys, look at the river.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the river is flowing. The river at the other place was basically dry.
Yeah,
that's
I wonder what it looks like now.
Yeah. Interesting. Use these roofing tiles as a little curb. Wow, the moment you step out of the forest, you can feel that heat.
Without question, one of my favorite things in hiking ever is that threshold between the trail and civilization. Oh, it's just like one of the best feelings, yeah.
Look at this little overlook.
Wow, that's just straight out of a painting.
We were met with a palpable feeling of relaxation upon entering this area. A cool shelter, hot showers, and a warm meal were waiting for us at tonight's inn. But these small towns were still rustic enough, affording us both the relief of civilization without being too far removed from the beauty of the surrounding wilderness.
As we meandered through the town, we realized our destination was a bit further from our grasp than we realized.
So, our inn is still 1 kilometer away, actually. But we're in the town. It feels like it doesn't count at this point. It's paved.
We crossed a long bridge that spanned over the Akagi River. We paused to take in the view before moving on.
Across the river was a small rest area. We took a moment to get our bearings.
Little town map here. And a vending machine.
So we still have a kilometer?
Yep.
Down this way?
Yeah.
This is not the town that we're staying in.
Okay, well, if it's another kilometer, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Before heading to the bathroom, I collected a stamp from a nearby kiosk.
Since we still had plenty of time before we had to get to the inn, we decided to sit and rest under the shelter area nearby and enjoy some vending machine drinks.
Cheers.
Genpai.
All right.
Genpai.
This one's for you, Bryan. I'm not pouring it out on the floor. I'm pouring it in my mouth.
Aloe and white grape. I like the aloe chunks.
5 hours, 42 minutes. 8.3 miles.
Not too shabby.
Still kind of a long day for us, but only by our normal standards.
From beneath a small pavilion, we took in the mountain scenery surrounding us. In the distance, a pair of black kites perched atop a utility pole.
As we rested, our eyes fixated on the nearby Kawase bus stop, and we wondered how Bryan was doing.
Okay, I'm on the bus that goes to Kanmaru bus station, and from there I'm going to have to transfer to another bus that takes me to Koguchi station. And in Koguchi is where I'm going to rendezvous with Andrew, Robby, and Thomas. It's been a long day, but all things considered, I cannot complain, obviously. I think it was good to have a rest day. I think it'll help me be more prepared for tomorrow's hike, the final hike, and I'm looking forward to meeting up with you guys. The bus now left the town of Hongu, passing by the entrance to the Grand Shrine. The first bus arrived at its destination, a small town several miles northeast of where the rest of the crew was now waiting.
just got off the bus at Kanmaru bus stop, and I'm gonna wait here for 30 minutes now, but these misty mountains are just an absolutely gorgeous sight. Just iconic Japanese landscape. Unbelievable.
Meanwhile, I had just finished using the nearby restroom.
Okay, I gotta show how nice these bathrooms are. Look at this. Great, clean bathroom here. There are no trash cans, and everybody has been respectful and not thrown trash everywhere. In here, well stocked with toilet paper, even got extra rolls. And then here, we have like the full toilet. We even got the butt, the soft, and the bidet. I don't know the difference exactly, but it is appreciated.
With more time to kill, we chatted a bit about how our memories of recent trips are paradoxically less clear than the trips from our youth.
In 2009, I can remember every little thing that we did. I can remember every stop. I can remember every hotel, almost what we had for dinner every day.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I saw something. I said, this is so cool. I want to remember this, but I know I'm not going to remember it. And I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, a lot of these earlier memories, because it was so fresh and so new, it's like you're viewing it through that childlike sense of wonder.
Yeah.
You know how when people are in a sense of danger, time slows down and every detail is like, they remember it? It's the same type of thing, because if you didn't know what you were already doing, this would be a very like nervous situation. And because it's such a nervous situation, you remember every single detail. And like, I remember the way it tasted, smelled, looked, everything. You get that experience, and then you're just kind of like, you know what to expect.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with everything in life.
It feels like it's been a slow burn, too, because 2009 seems so vivid. Yosemite seems so vivid. And then ever since then, it's just kind of been a little less and a little less.
There is a sense where we've seen mountains so many times that it's not as new and fresh. But I also do think there's factors with this trail where we're just zoned in on getting to the next point because we have to by a certain time. That might be taken away from that sense. But in general, I do think a lot of life is chasing that original like high of life where when you're a kid, even the next neighborhood over seems like a completely new realm.
Yeah.
And international travel, I feel like, is often a way to get that sense. Even though you're doing the same things, like you're eating and drinking and stuff, it's in such a drastically different environment that it feels completely fresh.
We want to be surprised, and we also hate being surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying to find that accidental surprise while you think you're in control.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that you really, the juiciest.
It's that middle path.
Yeah. If everything goes according to plan, it's like being spoiled on your life experience.
Yeah.
Somebody gave you a spoiler and was like, and you're like, well, I already knew what was going to happen.
I guess the question then is, where is that balance, and how do you find it?
And you just keep doing things until you stumble upon it.
Yeah,
I think that's all
so.
it is.
Probably.
And you try not to kill each other in the process.
This is a good moment, though.
Okay, now our pre-arranged, mutually beneficial.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I'll get into this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's
no,
great.
don't squeeze.
Oh, you don't want
Yeah, you gotta like.
to... Okay, I like squeezing.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, what we'll do is we'll do this first, and then we'll turn around, and then we'll do the other direction.
This is true Zen.
Yeah, do
tell me what
top
you like.
presses like that. Yeah.
Hey, tell me what you like.
Yeah, just
that's
kind
nice.
of flat fingers, you know,
Okay.
not like with your tips, but yeah. There, oh yeah, there.
And Andrew, you need to tell me what you
yeah,
like.
whatever. The squeezing is good for me. Ooh,
Maybe a little less rhythmic.
I mean, I can really squeeze if you want me to.
That's still rhythmic.
Maybe not that much squeezing. Hold on, I'm getting distracted by his extra hard squeezing.
He says he likes to squeeze.
Andrew started doing syncopated jazz on my shoulder. He's like.
Okay.
After our synchronized massage train, we decided to finally get up and make our way to the inn.
As we hiked, we took in a myriad of strange little details. When you're in a foreign land, you really do start experiencing life through new eyes again. Everything is so fresh and so different that even the tiniest things seem wondrous yet again, as though you're a child experiencing life for the first time.
Eventually, we found ourselves on a path that led off the road and, strangely enough, through the back gardens of some residential homes by the river.
The sign pointed us this way.
This doesn't really seem like the trail. This seems like somebody's backyard.
The paved path that we were following turned into a stone staircase that led to a cemetery.
This looks equally uphill. It's a nice, peaceful cemetery, though.
The sign said that this is the Kumano Kodo?
No, but it said it was specific to the inn we're going to.
Oh.
On Google Maps, there's a path that goes up to, but it looks like it gets back to the road.
Yeah, this is a long way. Okay, let's just take the road. Take the road. Okay.
We were about to turn back and take the main road, but a man tending to his garden told us we could take this way to get to the inn.
Okay, this dude said that this is the way, and there is a path.
This might be the same path from the cemetery. I think it just leads back to the road, but I'm not sure.
But if this was the right path, it had definitely not been traveled much. It was pretty overgrown with vegetation, and compared to most of the trail, it wasn't very maintained.
Eventually, after some more strenuous uphill, we came to a sign that confirmed we were on the right path.
Dang, still over half a kilometer away. Well, now I'm glad we took such a long rest. I thought it wasn't worth it, but man. Wow. There's the tunnel.
I think we're going over the mountain the tunnel goes through.
Oh, there's some shrines here.
You got it.
As we descended the hill, we passed by a small cemetery, and the patch of woods opened up into Koguchi, the next town over. In the distance, we could see our inn, which was in a repurposed school building.
It is on an island, you see.
Well, what do you think that maze is over there?
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Do you think we can squeeze in a lunch and a dinner today?
Although we were now in an open part of the town, there were multiple paths, and it wasn't quite clear which one we should take to get to the inn.
As we confusedly hiked around, I spotted a grasshopper in a bush. Grasshopper here.
It's a big grasshopper.
Oh.
I'm just going to pick a direction. We'll just stay as a group. That way, if we're going the wrong way, we all go the wrong way. I think it's just around there. There were some arrows drawn on an old building that indicated we were going the right way. But this part of the trail still felt off.
It's literally just through someone's yard.
Eventually, we found our way onto the streets leading to the inn. As it turns out, we could have just continued following the road and passed through the tunnel we had seen earlier for a much more direct route to the inn.
Yep, so the Kumano Kodo is right where we're supposed to be. I think our trail for tomorrow is going to be that way. And I think we're going to the lodging area. Yeah. Right over here.
This water is flowing today.
I wouldn't swim in that.
No, let's get off this bridge.
This bridge has low railings. It's kind of nerve-wracking.
Okay, so Daryl was telling us this used to be a school, and they converted it into a guest house. My understanding was that it was the only guest house here, but on the map there's actually another one listed, so I'm not entirely sure. But this one looks quite big and I guess has space for everybody. Well, we got a little stage going up.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Okay, we're gonna go check in, and we'll check back in after that. Hopefully Bryan can actually find this place. That wasn't the easiest to get to.
Finally, we had found refuge in the inn. We got checked in, eager to get to our rooms.
We were led through the dining area to a pair of rooms in the back.
We each get our own.
Are these both our rooms?
12 and 13.
Oh, beautiful. I'm gonna change into that robe hanging on the wall immediately.
Was there a rope?
Yeah. Looks like we get
Dry clothes.
nice towels too.
Yeah.
How do you feel about
So much
this place compared to last?
So much better. We've got our own rooms.
This is exactly what we need for the big hike tomorrow. After hanging up our clothes to dry, we changed into the robes provided by the inn. It was absolutely refreshing to be in clean, dry clothes. Oh man, I didn't even shower yet, but I already feel so much better. Yeah, now we're riding in style.
As the others got settled in, I was on the bus to Koguchi, eager to join back up with the crew.
Once he was near, I waited for Bryan outside the inn and spotted him making his way over.
You guys beasted that trail.
Yeah, it was by far the easiest day.
Yeah, I looked up like that particular section on all trails, and when you don't squish everything down, it looks a lot more manageable.
Good news is the rooms are super nice.
Wow, look at that. That's awesome.
Oh,
dude,
here comes Andrew.
Is it? This is what Andrew's needed for like 3 years to complete his look.
Now I'm ready for anything.
We're going to just start speaking Japanese to you, thinking that you speak Japanese.
How was it?
I mean, it was,
Fine.
what can I say, right?
Yeah. Here's how I will brighten the narratives. The hike was easy enough that you shouldn't feel like you missed out, but there were some slick, wet rocks that could have caused some bad injury.
Did it rain the whole time for you guys?
I don't know.
Or was it really light at some points?
Because it was wet the whole time.
It stopped raining where I was for a good
Yeah.
Is it a personal bathroom?
Yeah.
And ours too?
Yeah.
Well, clearly an old school is the perfect building to turn into a guest house.
Yeah, they got this whole dining area too.
Yeah. You want me to close this? You need your privacy? Huh?
Oh, no, close the, yeah, you can close either.
Okay. Maybe 2 layers of security.
There's laundry machines and dryers. The shower is a group shower with a big bath, so you can shower up and sit in the bath. All of the rooms are next to each other except for ours.
Oh.
Like for some reason we got the cool private wing
We got lucky.
next to the cafeteria.
Okay, it turns out the AC is 100 yen for 1 day. That's
70 cents.
Yeah, that's nothing. Got this 100 yen coin. You ready to get this party started? After cooling off in our rooms, we stepped out into the dining area where food was being prepared and made our way to the bath.
Okay, this is the bath right here.
Use these baskets, I assume.
Little communal bath right here, and then you can get in the shower right there. Oh yeah, we're definitely using that.
I'm ready.
How was it?
Oh, it's fantastic. I didn't think that being warm would actually be a good thing.
We're gonna have to censor this. Oh yeah, who would have thought a hot bath would feel so good? I guess today was a bit of a cooler day.
Yeah, it was a cooler day. Soak your muscles.
Oh man, this is some great levels of reprieve. Man, that shower was great, but I couldn't stay in that hot tub too long. I've had enough of hot and wet for 1 week.
Now that we were clean, it was time to do a load of laundry.
All right, laundry.
I guess it is good to wash these so that you can, so they don't stink.
Oh yeah. Well, this is exactly what we needed.
Yeah.
After 3 days of hiking in wet, muggy conditions, showers, fresh clothes, and relaxation were just what the doctor ordered. Everything about this inn just tells me this is exactly what we needed right before tomorrow.
Yeah.
How's your knee feeling?
Well, it's hard to tell when I go, because it's when I go up and down stairs.
Right.
It was pretty sore or whatever earlier when I got on the bus. But I'm sure it'll be fine by tomorrow.
We were thankful to have had such a nice place to freshen up before tomorrow's big hike, which was looking to be one of the hardest sections yet. But until then, we took in the serene ambiance of the inn and tried to stay in the present moment.
Okay, Me and Thomas are gonna go get groceries because they close at 6. We wanna be back before dinner, and they will be closed by the time we're on the trail. Well, around then. This is a heck of a place. We really are on an island.
We are, yeah. We headed over to the rustic grocery store that was in town. After we were done shopping, we heard a strange sound in the distance.
Just now, there was some sort of jingle coming from, I think, the school building. It sounds kind of like an old school bell or jingle to announce that class is starting. I'm not sure what it's trying to signify, though. I know dinner is soon, but I don't think it's yet.
That might be our dinner bell. I think that's possible.
No, it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, no, the dinner's from 5 to 6.
Don't they have like community centers here where they just let people know these are the events that happen? These are
Maybe, I don't know.
time? Like when we watch.
I wish Daryl were here. Man, that raging water.
That's raging.
I wonder how high that river gets, because I feel like this school is not that much higher up.
So in other news, we're talking with Daryl, which, by the way, if we haven't mentioned it, Daryl has been an absolute godsend. Even from afar, he's still communicating with us, helping us plan things out day by day, so that's been really great. But breakfast tomorrow here starts at 6 a.m., so if we don't want to miss that, we'd have to stay and eat that and then head out after. We were kind of thinking of leaving even before that, just to get a really early start so we have lots of time allotted, at least for that first uphill, which is 4 kilometers. I would love to allot at least 1 hour per kilometer, just to play it on the safe side, because we have to then catch a bus and then get to our train on time at the end of the hike. Daryl thinks that we'll be fine, but we'll see. If we do decide to leave early, though, we might want to consider getting some breakfast at the grocery store, and Robbie and Thomas are there right now doing that.
And moments later, we were back at the inn.
Grocery store trip was successful?
Moderately. I got ice cream, which is one of the perks of going with Robbie. He buys you ice cream.
I'm gonna eat these zoo cookies. So they just announced on the speakers in our rooms that dinner is ready.
Yeah, that was really weird. I was like, dinner is ready.
Smells really good. It smells incredible, actually.
Our dinner looked absolutely amazing, and the dining hall was filled with chatter and activity. We took it all in and grabbed some beer to enjoy.
Some Sapporo beer?
It's that black label.
Oh, that's the fancy one, I think. Are you ready for dinner, Thomas-san?
I am so ready for dinner.
One of us looks at home in this robe.
One of us looks like cultural appropriation.
We had an amazing spread for dinner. Miso soup, tempura, roast beef, pickled cucumbers, nigiri sushi, fruit, ume pickles, and of course, rice.
They give us so much stuff.
This is plenty of food.
Yeah.
We dug in, trying each dish. Up first were the skewers of deep-fried tastiness.
Shrimp tempura.
Next, we sampled the tender slices of roast beef.
Ooh, it's got a nice sweet jammy sauce. Really good.
I am in a totally different cloud right now. I feel like today was just a continuation of yesterday, and this is the first break that we really have had.
It really is, yeah.
This is what I call a substantial meal. Yeah. Like, I was not expecting something this great. So good.
Totally unearned, but still happy to have it. Never disappoints.
That's better than pretty much all the sushi I've had stateside. That's crazy. We continued chatting and enjoying our generous meal into the evening. And after all the hiking, none of us had anything left in our bowls.
That was an amazing dinner. Cheers to that.
After dinner, we retired to our rooms to sort through our laundry and plan out tomorrow's hike in detail.
So, in order to make sure we're pacing ourselves well, I think we should pre-plan our breaks. So I'm looking at the map. We got this huge uphill tomorrow. First break that should happen should be at the first plateau.
Oh, during that, that's a mile.
Yeah.
That plateau is about maybe 0.3 or 0.4 miles. So that might be enough of a break for me. If you guys think you'll be fine.
Yeah. Then halfway up the mountain again, we take another 10-minute break. And then last break we take is at the top of the mountain, another 10-minute break.
By the time we get to the downhills, we'll have a good idea of our pacing.
Well, for sure, no breakfast tomorrow. Nobody even likes eating breakfast in the morning anyway, right?
Yeah, right. I'm good.
Well, Thomas is shedding a tear. So get up at 5, out the door at 5:30. Getting out at 5 o'clock is not going to happen. I know you guys too well.
I know myself, yeah.
And let's make sure all our stuff is basically completely packed.
Yeah. Everything should be done tonight.
Get your poops out tonight. Ready to go to sleep? It's 5 a.m. I don't want to hike.
I've slept like the most peaceful rock that has fallen down the Kumano Kodo.
Doesn't sound peaceful.
It's true, it doesn't sound peaceful. I slept like a leech that found Robby's thigh.
Ready?
Actually, this is the worst morning of all the mornings we've had. Previously, I've been like, oh, this is not too bad.
This is it though.
Maybe I psyched myself up too much for this uphill.
Yeah, I might have too. But man, tomorrow we're gonna be at an onsen.
We're gonna sleep in, and then we're gonna do one thing that involves minimal walking and moving. Arigatou gozaimasu.
We made our way out of the school and into the cool dawn air. Before leaving, we took one last look at the inn.
Our rooms were right over there. Cafeteria was right there. Main office, and then there was rooms all the way lined down there, and the showers were like right there. And actually, that little offshoot is the laundry room.
But now, it was time to leave the sanctuary of the inn and head out into the mountains.
On our way off the grounds of the inn, we passed by the Akagi River, which was still raging rapidly from the previous day's rainfall.
Our anxiety about the start of today's hike was briefly quelled by the picturesque rural scenery around us.
We crossed the river, then navigated the town's narrow streets on our way to the trail.
Even in a remote rural area, small towns retain a uniquely Japanese quality with their narrow alleyways and overall aesthetic.
We crossed over another section of the river, where we found a small rest area and our first distance marker of the day. This time, we were counting down to 0.
With the staircase, it begins.
But before starting our hike, I grabbed some coffee, and Robby nabbed another stamp.
And then, the ascent began.
The path led us to the outskirts of the town, set higher on the hillsides, ushering us up steep stone staircases.
After a short bit of hiking, it had already felt like we had gained a massive amount of elevation. But with 800 meters, or about a half mile in elevation, we had a long way left to go.
We passed by an old, littered hearth, and in the distance, we saw a tall dam structure.
The trail now led into the forest, where the bulk of our grueling climb through the mountains would take place.
And already, we were feeling the burn.
So far, I would say we were right to be wary of this uphill. I'm not even going to bother looking at the distance for a good while here, because it's 3 miles. 3 miles uphill. That's a long way.
We now entered another section of trail covered in fragrant cedar branches. It had been a long hike already, but we had only just reached the first half-kilometer marker.
The woods teemed with life, and we saw this flat-backed millipede that had an interesting blue coloration.
We trudged up an exhausting set of stone stairs and saw some symbols carved into a rock.
The three symbols from left to right are Kanon, Yakushi, and Amida, the Bodhisattva of mercy, medicine, Buddha of healing, and Buddha of compassion and wisdom.
All three of those are what I need right now.
The unending, moss-covered stairs were unforgivingly steep.
To give you an idea of the steepness, this is straightforward. Right here.
It is sweltering out here today.
Proof that I can sweat. Actual sweat beads.
Gross.
We now passed the second distance marker, and soon after came to the first plateau in the huge uphill.
I feel like there's some metaphor to be had with that steep uphill followed by this easy flat part followed by more steep uphill. I don't know what it is though.
It's 6:17. We may have just been finishing breakfast at this point, but we got that first leg of uphill out of the way already, so.
First third. We've done 1 kilometer. Ow.
You alright?
Yep. Woo!
Sure?
Yeah, let me just take a moment to heal my butt. I'm fine. Well, those slippery rocks are really annoying. But we've done our first kilometer in under an hour at least. Let's stop saying that because everyone keeps hurting themselves when we say that.
From that one fall, my tailbone ached with pain every time I took a step uphill.
But we had no choice but to continue on, and we made quick work of the flat section, hiking our second kilometer much more quickly than our first.
Nachi-san, 12.4 kilometers. We've done 2.1 since Koguchi. Rest anyone?
I say keep going. What do you guys think?
Quick bite to eat?
I can keep going, but I'll go with the group majority.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
We now entered a foggy section of the forest where birds chirped all around us.
Is this some sort of tea house remains or something? I don't know what that's about.
Before long, our precious flat trail veered upward into the foggy void. It was back to the uphill climb for us.
I thought that was the trail. And then I saw this.
I had that same thought. Buddha, why have you forsaken us?
All right, so far we have hiked for 1 hour, 1.56 miles, which is halfway up to the top of this brutal uphill, which is very good. We should feel good about that.
If it had been like a smooth uphill or just stairs, one or the other, it would have made sense, but they somehow found like the worst in between. A smooth uphill full of big rocks.
Up ahead, we approached the Kusunokubo Lodge remains.
I'm guessing these flat areas are where the lodgings used to be.
If it was as forested back then, or if it was more like the towns we have been going through.
We continued on, meditatively focusing on simply moving forward, step by step.
That's 1.5 kilometers to the top of this big part. It doesn't get super easy from there, but, and that just means about 1 mile, under a mile.
I'll take
it.
it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. We got some little muffins that we bought at the grocery store yesterday that I'm using as my reward for getting to the top. I'm just like, I'm gonna eat those muffins.
Feels a bit cooler up here. I don't know if it's because we're in a place that's funneling the wind, or we're higher in elevation, or if this trickling water is somehow cooling the place, but...
It's a great breeze right now.
Yeah, a great breeze. Further up, we came to some pools of flowing water.
If you were one to believe in healing water, this would be healing water right here.
That's some nice, cool water.
We had hiked about 3 kilometers now and had 1.8 kilometers remaining. This would be the final stretch of the brutal uphill.
As we climbed, the sun broke through the clouds, its bright light bringing hope to us in our most desperate time of need.
Wow, it feels so good up here. There's a breeze, sun's coming out. Truly incredible. Absolutely relentless uphill. This is on par with any mountain we've done. I think it's like 2,800 feet in 3 miles, which is very steep. This is like the pathway to heaven or something.
It was easy to fall into an almost trance-like state as we climbed on. The endless sea of towering cedars, the heavenly morning light, and the unrelenting uphill perfectly captured the sense of struggle and serenity found in a meditative state.
It does feel like this is the passage to some other realm. We say that a lot, but this time I really mean it. With that mile marker, I think this is actually the final stretch of the big uphill. And taking a quick snack break. There's not just sweat dripping off of me, there's sweat pouring off of me. This is not perspiration, this is precipitation.
Bryan and Andrew are down there. Thomas is way up there. We've all just become pretty much silent. And just putting one step in front of the other is all we can focus on. With every step, I'm more and more glad that we got an early start today. We're gonna need all the time we can get.
Anytime you think there might be hope of an end or a flat section, you get to the top of a little hill and you see even more stairs. This is the most relentless uphill we've done. We passed by another distance marker and saw a colorful toad lily growing from the forest floor.
A misty haze rolled through the cedar trees, giving the forest an ethereal aura.
We all advanced uphill at our own pace, gradually getting separated from each other as we climbed.
I just caught a glimpse of Thomas. He's like an apparition in the forest. He's like a time trial ghost that I'm steadily making progress towards. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's flattened out. Tommy boy. Tommy. That was maybe the longest uphill of my life. There's a little marker up ahead. I don't see Thomas though. I would have thought he would have stopped here. Thomas! Whoop whoop! Nothing. Maybe Thomas knows something I don't. And it's not the end of the uphill yet. Yeah, there's some more uphill up here, but who knows how long this is gonna last.
Moss and lichen covered everything in this part of the forest, as though emphasizing how ancient this trail was.
Once again, the trail had given us false hope and presented us with yet another steep incline. But we climbed on, and at the crest of the hill, we finally found nirvana.
That was the most religious experience I've had in a long time. As the great poet said, this route is very rough and difficult. It is impossible to describe precisely how tough it is.
Somebody from 1201 had the same thoughts as us. I think we've earned a well-deserved snack.
I'm actually cold.
I think that means you need a little breakfast.
I think you're right.
Boy, do I have a breakfast for us. It says delicious cake, lemon cake on the front.
Oh, I'll take it.
7 out of 10.
I was gonna say, maybe a 6 for me. Put it in like, this is the driest. Give me a Popeye's biscuit instead. That's a little moister. Oh,
This was supposed to be my reward. Oh man. Too funny. It's still pretty good.
how are they doing?
I left them behind at some point.
Some actual flat ground. And there's the first poem stone. So I think we are pretty much close to the top. We're right at the top.
I waited a bit for Bryan to join me before continuing on.
Does that flat feel on your feet?
It's more a mental relief than it is physical relief. That was a real test of faith. Go up that hill and keep looking up and seeing more and more and more and try not to lose faith.
That might have been the hardest uphill we've ever done.
It was definitely the hardest uphill we've ever done, and I would be fine never doing that again in my life.
One path to enlightenment is enough for me.
They literally were just like, all right, you know what? You're gonna go straight up the mountain, 0.4 miles, just straight up.
Constant.
I don't know about you. When we were going up that, I had so many false summits. I go and say, oh, there's a flat spot up ahead. I can just see it, and it turns around. I get there and it's like maybe 10 feet of a flat spot, and then another straight climb up after that. And you're gonna go again, and you're like, oh, another flat spot. And you're like, no, there's still about another 200 feet higher I have to climb. But it was a really good, almost like meditation, and like, we'll let you know when you're done. You just keep walking until we tell you to.
Do you know why I didn't have that experience?
Why?
Because you were ahead of me, and I knew if I didn't see you, we were not at the top yet.
I will say, it's a lot easier for me to go up than it is for me to go down though.
Well, I got bad news for you then.
Right.
Welcome!
That was the most relentless uphill we've ever done.
Was it very rough and difficult and impossible to describe precisely how tough it is?
I think I have walked the eightfold path. I'm ready for the 9th one.
Are we in heaven?
Yep. It's time to go to hell over there. Okay, bust out those muffins so we can share how disappointing they are.
So disappointing. Take small bites, otherwise we'll choke.
Oh, milk is better.
The lemon flavor is good. I'm gonna try the milk. They're about the same texture.
Yeah, just the flavor is a little better.
Well, timing wise, we're right on the money, I think.
I can just imagine everybody eating breakfast, getting started on this hill right now. Because I just did it.
Isn't it weird how it's just done now? I mean, that part.
I wrote a little haiku. False ends may steal joy. Focus on what lies in front. Soon will our joy come. Our joy. It has come.
In the dirt nearby, we saw some brightly colored spindle fungi. Though the large uphill was done, we still had 10 kilometers, or 6 miles, left to hike.
downhills are pretty steep too.
Yeah, this is just as bad going up this way.
Still glad we're going down instead of up.
Oh yeah.
The rough, rocky terrain, mixed with the slick mud, made the downhill that much more difficult to navigate.
But all around us were beautiful cultural and natural scenes.
We came to another poem monument and trail sign. Just ahead was a flat concrete bridge, which led to a small pocket of open space that had the feeling of a Japanese garden.
Now, we entered another section of cedars, which also greeted us with an uphill, albeit a much more manageable one.
Though we were no longer going uphill, it felt like it had taken a while to get to the next distance marker. But soon after that, we seemed to be picking up the pace.
This marker felt like it
What?
showed up way quicker.
I just saw that one.
Careful here with the wet rocks.
The terrain around us kept subtly changing. Here, the moss-covered boulders and stone slabs almost felt like decor in an overgrown courtyard.
And of course, the trail presented us with even more uphill.
Yo, this is straight up part 2. This is exactly the same as the beginning of today.
It's the last really hard one.
Thomas, what's it look like up there?
Yeah, at least these uphills do relent.
We came to the top of the uphill, Ishikuro Pass, where we saw another poem monument. Atop the monument, someone had placed a single stone.
And nearby was a Jizo statue covered in moss.
Well, let's take a decent little break at this Jizo-jaya tea house. They got a toilet there. Maybe vending machines, if we're lucky.
From the pass, we descended down a hillside that seemed to have been demolished by a landslide, leaving behind a rocky, muddy mess.
This section is extremely treacherous. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the time to let your guard down, because even though it's downhill, man, it's so slick. It's either moss, water, or both.
We continued down, passing another distance marker which was built in a different style for whatever reason. Our progress had been fairly slow thanks to the constant difficulty of the trail.
It's hard to say what the most difficult hike we've done is. I don't think that this one is the most physically demanding, but the time constraints combined with some of the intense uphills and the conditions like the heat and the rain, this is certainly in the top 5.
Thankfully though, the trail was finally easing up on us.
There you go.
At this pavilion, we collected a stamp representing the Jizo-jaya tea house remains. Then, we explored a nearby mountain hut-style building.
Built in the early 2000s, this welcoming rest area for passing hikers was made of cedar and constructed in the style of the original tea houses along the trail.
First thing that hits you when you walk in is that very woody smell. There's an actual kitchen in here.
Meanwhile, Andrew and I were just finishing up the treacherous section of downhill. With my knee situation, I was taking extra care along the slick rocks.
Thank God that's done. Hopefully we can get back to a more normal trail.
That might have been the worst downhill we've ever done.
We joined the others at the rest area, ready to take a much-needed break.
Welcome.
I'm about to indulge in this Dido vending machine.
Same.
Man, we went through the most rugged wilderness, and now we're on a paved road with vending machines. What is this? What is Japan?
We took a moment to relax and take in the calming, natural scenery surrounding us.
Some Noki Sonobu ferns grew from the top of the rest area, and Asiatic day flowers grew beneath the vending machine.
Well, cheers everyone.
Cheers.
Senpai. I got some sort of peach drink.
Mine looks like apples, mangoes, and oranges.
I am just in love with this little black coffee. They're so cold, they taste so good.
Try.
Oh yeah, sure. Try this. It's like syrup, these ones. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Did we make the right choice? Yes. Anything cold and liquid right now is the right choice.
Whew. That hike would have been a lot easier had it not been as wet as it was.
Yeah.
You're gonna just walk down that mountain.
The slick rocks.
Yeah. We got more than half left, right?
We have like 8 kilometers left.
Yeah, we have a little more than half left. It's still pretty flat. We haven't hit the downhill yet. We got a little bit of uphill.
But it's not like we're doing that uphill again.
That big uphill.
Right.
Yeah, we got one more FU uphill, and then it's downhill the whole way.
Yeah. But downhill's not necessarily fast either.
How long do you want to stay here? Because we've been here for 15 minutes.
Not much longer.
Yeah, you've been here for 15 minutes. But yeah, not fun.
After our break, we paid our respects at the nearby shrine.
So we did all this nonsense right here. So we got all that.
That thing here.
Yep.
I don't think the scale accurately represents what it felt like.
Most definitely not.
So that was actually the first time that I actually timed one of our stays at a rest area. And that was just about 22 minutes from the time I got there. And it did not feel that long. So I can imagine that we stay at those rest areas much longer than what we realize throughout the trip. Good rejuvenator though.
This portion of the trail followed a smooth, paved road. In the woods nearby, we saw an older shrine nestled behind the trees.
As we hiked, we noticed some sections of the road were wet. A bit further ahead, we passed by some small cascades of water.
You guys notice how crystal clear the water is? I almost wish we had our water filter, could try it out. Man, that's probably so refreshing. Just ice cold mountain water.
I bet upstream you could even just drink some of it straight. Just wouldn't risk it on this long hike. This road is so well paved and the line is painted so clearly, but then you get parts where it's just overgrown with moss. Weird how the road can feel so new and yet so old at the same time. This whole place is a place of like contradictory dichotomies.
We are walking almost from one end of Japan to the other. It's like a little peninsula, as you said, but we mapped it out before on Google Maps, and you look at it, and you're like, wow, that really does go across, like from coast to coast. We're not going quite coast to coast, but this is what it feels like to really travel across the planet, you know what I mean?
All the variety we've seen, this feels the most like some sort of journey or adventure out of any of our trips, I think.
It also makes everything feel very tangible. If you're taking a train or a car, you don't pay attention to every detail. But this, you get to know every step.
And one of those details we noticed was a little Japanese fire-bellied newt.
Traveling by foot also meant that we noticed the subtle shifts in the weather.
So I'm looking at the sky, I'm feeling the wind, and I took a look at the weather, and we've got a 30% chance of rain at 11 o'clock, which is in 45 minutes. And that is going to continue to be a 40% chance of rain until 9. I hope you enjoyed the morning, because we're in for some rain.
And just as we mentioned the rain, we passed by a section of the road that had been washed out by a landslide.
Whoa. Well, that's a bit disconcerting.
But on the plus side, we passed by another distance marker. Only 7 kilometers. What? That's like 4 miles?
We've done
7.5 back to where we started, so we're more than half.
We've done about a kilometer and change on the road, I think.
I think this whole road is supposed to be like a mile.
A car had passed by us just as the path led us off the road and back into the forest.
Here, an understory of sasa bamboo grew amid a winding rivulet, and triangular stones pointed our way forward.
We emerged from the forest, and the trail crossed another street. We were getting ever closer, but our journey still had challenges ahead.
What? There's more?
Yeah.
That wasn't the last uphill?
No, one more big one. We're entering the section right before the Abode of the Dead.
I understand the name now.
A white mist rolled through the area as we navigated through the forest. Just as we approached the next distance marker, the wind suddenly picked up.
6 kilometers.
I'm resigning myself to rain right now. I feel like getting the umbrella out now is probably a good idea.
We got our backpack covers on and had our umbrellas standing by for the imminent rain.
We followed the trail through the fog and up some stone steps that took us to the crest of a small hill.
Just past the top of the hill was a small Jizo shrine.
And we just went through this hill that was carved out by someone. Through this into the foggiest clearing I've ever been in just to see a handmade torii and a shrine with 2 trees behind us right there. Regardless of where your faith is, you can clearly see that this is like a sacred ground right here.
The path led us out of the forest for a brief moment, where we saw another distance marker.
So I want to be respectful. I think this area here is Abode of the Dead. On the map, it wasn't very clear where it was. There's no stamp or anything like that. Just the overall area just kind of makes you want to stay quiet, respect the area.
We now followed the street for a short while, taking in the spectral atmosphere around us. The path now guided us back into the forest.
It's amazing how quickly going uphill will make everybody extremely quiet.
I think what's most stunning of all is how quiet the environment is. There's no birds, no cicadas, nothing except the rustling of the leaves and the wind.
The wind started to pick up again, and the thick air around us was wet with moisture. It's definitely raining now.
I mean, it's so hard to tell when you're in a cloud. Like, ow! Oh, Jesus. Why has thou forsaken me? Never mind. Who cares what I was?
I don't even know if I'm gonna bother with a rain jacket.
The rain jacket will just make me sweat even more.
Yeah, no point. We're already soaked.
Just ahead, we had passed another distance marker.
All right, so was that the end of the uphill?
Yes, that is the end of the last major uphill. From now on, it's just gonna be little chunks and then downhill.
This is one of those moments where you just remember that you're alive because you have no choice but to take in all the sensory experiences.
We continue downhill, passing by a small shrine and another marker.
That's the 9th milestone, so now we are in the single digits, baby. It doesn't feel like we're that close.
At the top of a small incline, we passed by another trail sign near the Funami Jaya Tea House.
It's kind of unreal. This is definitively where the downhill starts.
I'm gonna go up and take a look at the tea house. I'll take a look. If we had the time, this would be a great little lunch spot. And if we had sunny weather, that'd be a great view.
We now made our descent down a steep, stony path.
We passed by what looked like an electrical insulator from an old power line and another distance marker. All the while, the rain fell harder and harder.
Man, this is pretty sucky. It's cold, wet, and windy.
It feels like we're walking through a typhoon.
That could be what is happening right now.
In fact, a tropical storm was just about to hit Japan on that same day.
We kept on, and we could now see a road running parallel to our trail. The rain continued falling, and with it fell the temperature.
I didn't think there'd be any moments where I'd be cold on this trip. A few minutes ago, that was actually kind of chilly.
That's the only reason I'm wearing this raincoat, because it's not protecting me from being wet. But a tank top is not the thing to wear in this weather.
Wow. So that's 3 kilometers, right? Yep.
Distance is relative. When it's flat, it's just...
The further we hiked, the more it felt like we were stepping into another realm.
It feels like we are stranded on the middle of a tall, foggy mountain in the rain.
We got a rest area in 1.4 kilometers. It has been quite a while since we took a break, so I think we are definitely going to have some lunch over there. 2.5 kilometers.
The trail continued winding right along the road. The tempestuous weather continued on as we neared the final stretch of our journey.
Thomas has entered his final form. He's off in Never Never Land.
Whenever we're like less than 2 miles from the end of the hike, he's like...
Just flies all the way to the end, gets on the earliest bus to go home.
We see a note on the trail made of sticks that's like, went back to Tokyo.
Went back to United States.
Although we were on the final 2 kilometers, we were all worn down. And another sudden uphill definitely had Bryan feeling dejected, as he dragged his hiking poles behind him.
This trail has beaten us to our wits' end. Actually, I was going to say every time I take a step, the tailbone that I landed on kind of hurts a little bit.
In this last stretch, the wind and the rain, the relentless struggle, and the surreal mountain views reminded me of our time spent split up in the Smoky Mountains all those years ago.
We continued hiking, and the end of our journey was upon us.
1.5 kilometers left.
It's time to get excited.
You know, the other thing about having extra time is we can then go into a bathroom and change into some dry clothes instead of being like this on the bus.
Good point.
Such a different feel today because the last couple of days we've constantly had hikers pass us. This time I think we've seen a total of 6 people. It's been a very lonely, mysterious, ethereal hike.
Yeah, it feels like a very quiet, pensive sort of day for reflecting.
I think I see the rest stop up ahead. Thomas is already there. He texted us a few minutes ago. Not a moment too soon. Okay.
Wow, this is surreal.
It is one of the most famous, most difficult sections.
Wow. That's a lot of walking sticks. Aren't you glad you're not seeing these with the thought that you have to go up there?
Let's get to that shelter.
Yeah.
We were now at the entrance of Nachi Kogen Park, where we met up with Thomas.
I am willing to bet you that I can show you the best view of your life. Go to that shelter over there and sit and just look out.
Settled in the shelter to take in the amazing views around us, enjoy some well-deserved snacks, and talk about our journey the past few days.
All we need is some hot tea And I actually would enjoy hot tea right now.
I really didn't think we'd feel any cold weather on this trip, but here we are.
We felt everything.
Yeah.
Heat, cold, happiness, sadness.
I have never felt more ups and downs, both emotionally and physically, on any trip we've ever done.
Yeah. This trip has been definitely one of the most difficult trips that I've been on.
Okay, well, Daryl, I know you can't be here, so I got your favorite calorie mate. I usually have brownies for you guys in our darkest hour. And this time I got you this chocolate flavored cardboard.
At our brightest hour.
Ding, 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 ding.
Gosh, not bad. If it's supposed to be a calorie mate, why can't they make it a little sweeter? That's a good point. This view right now is unlike anything I've ever seen. Well, you know how you grow up with this archetypical idea of Japanese painting? That's what we are looking at right now. And these clouds are just moving so fast.
I will never look at another Japanese painting the same way after this.
You can also see why someone would have imagined dragons flying through the air, because it almost looks like that with these clouds.
The absolute mystique that it gives this whole area. It really defines what you think of when you think of Japan landscapes.
So did anyone have any revelations on this trail? Because on the one hand, we had lots of time to think, lots of inspiring sights and shrines to see. And on the other hand, there were times where it was such a tough hike that you don't even, it's hard to think about anything deeper than just wanting to go forward. I think mine ultimately is that I want to be something that brings joy to the world. Those uphills were so excruciating, but when you get to those inns and you have people giving you a warm meal and a warm bed and usually a soft pillow, that is some of the best moments in life.
I do know that this trip has probably pushed me to my limit, but this is a one of a kind trip. You know, you can't really say no to it.
I think my takeaway here is that you got to find the right balance between knowing when to just look down and keep walking, and knowing when to look up and appreciate what's around you. Because if you always look up, you'll trip, and if you always look down, you won't know where you're going.
We all definitely experience this on this trip in particular. When you do international travel, not only are you jet lagged and in a new place where you're trying to figure things out all the time, but you're doing it with other people, and there can be many challenging moments where you're like, dude, why do I bother doing anything with anybody else? And you're just like, I should just be a lone wolf. But when you have gone through something like this and you experience all the ups and downs together, and in the end, all we really have is each other. Because like you can live on a rock by yourself, but what's the point? You give each other meaning by witnessing the same things together, and you're like, that really happened, we did it.
Yeah.
And now we can go home.
Amen.
And home we will go.
Indeed.
These past several days had been a whirlwind of experiences, spent with close friends. And now, we embarked on the last stretch of our journey along the Kumano Kodo.
The wind rushed through the air as we quietly reflected on our time along Japan's ancient spiritual trail.
Now, we would follow the path 1 more kilometer through Nachi Kogen Park.
From there, we would take the final steps of our pilgrimage and make our way towards our final stop, the Kumano Nachi Taisha Grand Shrine.
We made our final descent down a stone path and entered the shrine grounds.
Situated halfway up Nachi Mountain, these grounds are homes to various temples and shrines that blend Shintoism with Buddhism.
But the most iconic parts of the Kumano Nachi Taisha are the majestic Nachi Falls and the Sanjudo Pagoda.
And here, amid this incredible display of beauty, we reflected on the past 5 days of adventure that we had experienced.
It was a journey unlike any other, a perfect encapsulation of the dialectical nature of the world. Exhaustion and rest, separation and unity, wilderness and structure.
But these things are not contradictions. In our effort, we find renewal. In solitude, we find oneness. In nature, we find order.
And though we sometimes struggled and suffered on the trail, the memories that linger the most clearly in our minds are the many moments of joy we had along the Kumano Kodo.
But before our journey completely wrapped up, there was still a lot to explore on the shrine grounds.
First up was Nachi Taisha's Seiganto-ji Temple, the main Buddhist temple whose natural wood finish was an impressive sight.
And around the temple were a variety of statues and shrines.
Outside was a large camphor tree set in front of a traditional style building.
We continued exploring the grounds, and the bright red paint on the buildings was quite a sight to behold.
Outside the shrine, visitors were burning prayer sticks in a large brazier.
Paper Shinto prayers also hung from strings. Nearby, Robby collected his final stamp.
Last stamp.
A gentle rain fell as we continued exploring. Close to the shrine was a giant 850-year-old camphor tree, big enough to go inside.
Test of faith, too.
You can actually get through there?
Better than that cave.
Now, just as the weather cleared up, we headed back to take a closer look at the Sanjido Pagoda.
Outside was a statue of Budai, a famous Chinese monk in Zen Buddhism, often confused for the Buddha.
Built in 1971, this pagoda was a recreation of the original, which burned down in 1581. Now, it was time to go inside.
Fourth floor, we can just walk down.
visiting the Nachi Taisha Grand Shrine was the perfect ending to a long and incredible journey.
We were all exhausted and ready to return to the city for some well-deserved rest and relaxation.
But our time in Japan wasn't over just yet. We still had many fun and exciting adventures ahead of us.
So, we have some people to thank. First up is Straight Back Games. They sponsored this episode, and they are a small indie game studio that made a game called Devour. But thank you so much. Could not have done this without you. Next up, we got to thank Daryl. He planned this whole trip. We would not have done this. We would not have even known that it was a trail to be done without him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daryl.
Daryl, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wish you were here.
And not only did Daryl help plan it, during the trip he was like a little bird in the sky.
He was like a satellite.
Yeah.
The man behind the computer.
Thank you both so much. Seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Michael and his family for hosting us when you did. And then thank you to all of the different hostels and inns and all the people who hosted us throughout this.
Yes.
I know we paid for it, but thank you anyway.
Shout out to Ike.
Especially Ike, yeah.
And then finally, thank you for watching.
Yes.
To all our patrons.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we got a mountain to get down. We
Let's
got
do
plenty
this.
of time. Let's go.
Hope you enjoyed the episode. Once again, huge thank you to our patrons. We really mean it when we say that we could not do these episodes without them. Doing a trip like this takes an enormous amount of time, money, and energy, and it is almost entirely thanks to our patrons that we're able to do this at all. If you enjoyed the episode and you'd like to also be a patron, patrons get early access to the episodes, and they also get bloopers, commentaries, live streams, and special Patreon-only updates. And at some of the higher tiers, you can get your name in the credits, you can get copies of the soundtracks from the episode, you can get copies of high-quality photos we take on the trips, and at the highest tiers, you can get the special shout-outs that you see at the end of every episode. We also have the soundtracks available to listen to and buy at our Bandcamp page. And if you want to use any of the hiking gear that we use, we have affiliate links in the description below. But as always, thanks for watching, thanks for liking the video and subscribing. We'll see you in the next one.
If you want even more adventure archives in your life, you're in luck, because we've got all sorts of t-shirts and merchandise, including a whole variety of stickers, mugs, and some brand new shirt designs like the ones you're seeing now. And we've still got all our original and classic designs from before too. So share your love of Adventure Archives and visit the link on the screen or in the description below. Thank you so much.
So guys, great job. It's still about another 15 miles to the coast. You guys ready?
Yeah, who's driving though?
Gotta drag my dead body over there.
So that's the actual trail right here. Wow.
Wait, it keeps going?
Yeah. All the way to the coast.
Oh.
We're gonna go in an onsen. I'm gonna be in an onsen bath for the rest of my life. Until I shrivel into a prune.
Onsens are like the real life back to tanks. Jump in one and then suddenly you're all healed.
非常荣幸啊，在这边正好看到，在YouTube上面见过一面，感觉脸很熟，所以就问一下，谢谢，感谢。
Oh, I mean like this close to renting a car, learning how to drive on the left side of the road. I can't remember anymore.
How's that new hat?
This is one of those things that if you've done it, you might recognize this and be like, oh yeah, I know what that is. But if you haven't, you'd be like, that's weird, what is that?
You guys ready to sleep forever?
Something like that.
Am I even hungry yet? I don't think I'm hungry.
I am ready to move to the flattest state in the country.
We were originally planning on climbing a mountain the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
That would... Yeah.
That's not happening.
I want to live my life like on that cruise ship in Wall-E. where the chair just carries me around wherever I go.
'Everybody's ready to, like, die.
I'm ready to kill all of you if I have to go down one more stair after this. Like.
In. Another 3 hours to go.
Sorry, buddy.
It looked like it was the most filling.
Yeah.
The onigiri and a katsu sandwich and a tea that I just dropped.
All right, everybody, we made it. Great job. See you tomorrow. Thomas, you naked?
For us.
Yeah, you guys have a little more leg room.
Yeah. That's probably.
We just got out of the taxi right there and then walked directly into the door. They opened the door for us.
Were they expecting us or something?
No. When I came here the other day, like, we were just gonna check it out and look at the menu, and then the lady came out and she's like, come in. So we're like, okay, we gotta go in now.
Oh, yeah. I got this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a nice looking salad. Some actual vegetables.
Yeah, I've never had an orange lassi. It's like orange juice, but like creamier.
Oh.
It's like a subtle orange flavor. That's still very good.
Thank you. So happy.
Itadakimasu.
That's delicious, naan.
Oh yeah, good idea. Dip it in there.
So it does seem maybe a little weird that we're not getting a Japanese restaurant after our Japanese trip. But two things. One, we're internationally traveling. And one of the interesting things is finding international restaurants in other countries. Like, that's always an interesting thing. And two, the birthplace of Buddha was in Nepal. And we are eating at a Nepalese restaurant.
And three, it's delicious.
Oh man. Wow, this is decadent, dude. Oh, this is a quesadilla with naan bread. How have I never thought of that before? All right, Puja Indian restaurant. Highly recommended. Yes.
Okay, this is Leo. Leo, nice to meet you.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, so tell us about this. What is this?
When you come to Japan, this is your hangover prevention right here. You can get this one. There's a bunch of different brands.
It literally has a picture of a liver on
Hyper
it.
liver.
Right.
Okay. Come by.
It tastes like ginger, a little bit pineapple.
Oh,
No, it's good. Yeah.
And the tradition is you drink it at the convenience store you bought it at before you go to the bar.
That's my tradition.
Okay.
Where do you throw it out?
Okay, so we've just discovered that Leo is actually the average of all of us. His interests include martial arts, boring business speak, video games, and cinematography. And
he's half Asian. So
Hey, half Filipino. We out here.
Like if we blended all of us into one person.
Okay.
There you go.
this is pickled mackerel.
Gosh, I'm so glad that I forgot a lot of it.
We tasty things. This is butter with granulated sugar on it. Okay, so then you lean more towards the competitive sugar.
Nowadays, yeah. It's
It's like sort of an American created Japanese food. So now what's your favorite? Fried and sugared and buttered.
Next time we'll go to another place where they're bigger.
We could go to Ajito. There's this really cool bar right here where we're staying called Ajito.
Oh, okay.
Goodbye, Adventure Archives.
Did we get a photo with him?
Oh no, let's get a photo together. I got nothing for you. Tokyo Ale Works. Tap room.
Yeah, I should go back to the office. And then, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's like, I have this lingering cough, which I don't know why, because I didn't have it with infection. Because it's popular and because in the country. So coming off that, if you go somewhere else, it's good.
All right, I will see you guys in the morning and we will start our trip. Bryan, I will see you when we get back home.
Ow! I guess that's one of the benefits of how big the flies are out here. They're a lot easier to smack.
You smack the